camera settings. Still kind of bright. I don't... That's fine. Yeah, it'll work. Alright. Well, anyway, we are going to get back into Yakuza. Like I said, last time we... Okay, cool. Oh, hold on. The TV is still on. Or by on, I mean... unmuted. Anyway, let me do this too, because I don't want to be swapping between things. Okay. So, last time we had finished getting shit, and now we're waiting on this, the Media King area. We might be taking the hoodie off very quickly. I had to get this up to like 80 or 90% in order to do the Media King fight. So, and we lost our disco match. So it's going to be a long while before that happens. I am dark as shit now that the screens aren't bright. Holy fuck. I don't like that either. I wish my camera will let me do an auto brightness. I think we're just bright boy. That's just what's gonna happen. Auto brightness would be nice because then it would adjust based on how bright the monitors are. But I'm not getting rid of my top monitors just to fix my brightness. I'm sorry. Okay, so I think I finished. Oh, fuck. Yeah, this is coming off. I'm already warm as hell. If I need to, the blanket's under my ass. Oh. Jacket is too tight. Doesn't want to hang up. That's fine. I did Bacchus's moves, so let's... I don't really want to farm money. I could. I don't want to. We do want to fill our time somehow though, and I've kind of done everything, so that's where the problem is. So let's just unlock these stance bullshit, I guess. Which if I'm gonna actually buy the beast stance stuff, I'm going to need more money. We are gonna end up farming some money because I like having a couple bill so that it's easier to make my money back. So basically what I'll end up doing, and that's probably what I'll end up doing, honestly, is anytime I go to buy something, I upgrade my, I double my money. Okay, so this is Miss Tatsu's training for beast stance. I didn't really want to do this because I don't use beast stance, but since we're waiting, we might as well do some of it. What I'll probably do is 1 beast stance training, 2 shakedown fights to get my money up, and then hopefully that routine opens up. Alright, so what I want to do is grab all the biggest boxes. The biggest boxes give me like give me the money that's on the box. So Juman, the 100,000. Hanman, but you gotta beat all the crash guns in the time limit anyway. So even if you go to play the money, you gotta be able to finish the course. And you want to get it to the money that you're supposed to do. I don't think that counted as training. Yeah, that was just being taught how to do it. It also costs money to do this. Not a lot of money, mind you, but it does cost money. In other games it would be a lot of money, but since this one's based in the bubble period, it's not that bad. Alright. Something else I like to do is kill the assholes with the guns first. I was just blinded by them. I've already like destroyed what I needed. I'm just gonna fucking win at this point. The later ones are a little bit more difficult because there's more gun enemies and more frustrating gun enemies. Specifically the shotgun enemy. Mannequin, whatever you want to call it. Alright. I didn't actually learn anything from that yet, if I remember right. We're gonna go out to Hotel District because that's usually where our best friend is. He's up in the top section of the map. Oh, well, that needs to be dealt with. I'm doing all this to speed along the money process of the real estate, but if it's not actually moving, then it doesn't matter. So let's head down there and do that. What sucks is this dude's right here. But I can always find him, so it's not a big deal. Opponents are strong. I love the music in this series. The Yakuza 0 specifically has some fantastic music. And I don't know how true to fashion it is, but it's very like glam rocky. Which would have been like 80s music back in the 70s, 80s, somewhere around there. Back in the day. How many zap cannons do I have? I need to reload them at some point, but I'm still good. So we're gonna head down to Mr. Asshole and lose a fight with him. As you do. Still waiting on a payout from the Media King area. Got stuck on this trash. Saying hi to Yuki. Tato. My brain just forgot how to use the gun. It's been a while. And just like before, I want to weaken him. Oh, I am running out of guns. I didn't even know. Wow, that was funny. Alright, we're gonna get... That's why you don't want to get jumped on, by the way. I mentioned that previously. Yeah, that's why. So I lose my money. As we do. I don't want that. All Nuevo reaches. Which is fine. I still need to do that challenge. I don't know if I finished these things. I guess I didn't. 4 mil it in bed. Isn't? My Midwestern comes out. Where are you at? Oh, it's close by. Good. I don't really want to take chances with this dude, so... He can one-shot you if he jumps on you, but he can one-shot you pretty much with a lot of things at this point of farming him. At least until after you finish the financial stuff. And we'll get into why that is a thing once we finish it. Will you wake up? Thank you. This is not the best place to be fighting this guy, but it is what it is. Ow. I took one charge. I shouldn't have taken it though. If that had been a jump, I would have lost all my money. Alright, so we beat him. We're up to 130 bill now. Which is still nowhere near max money, by the way. But we are getting closer. I don't want to joke him. So $1,000 just to walk away. I'll take that. What I want to do, I guess we'll go here first. And I want to go to the medicine place, and I want to go to the tiger place. Tiger and Dragon, whatever it's called. The gun store, the weapons shop, essentially. Yeah, it's only a gun store, as far as I'm concerned. I want 3 of these. I pretty much like having myself topped off with stamina royals, since you can always buy them. 10k is not that difficult to obtain. I say that, but there are games where it takes forever to make money. Hell, the newest game, which we gotta talk about the newest game that was announced, because I am hyped for that. Well, before I do this, we're not going to do this. Part of me really wants to, because getting the farm done would just mean I don't have to worry about money ever again. But at the same time, I don't have to worry about money ever again. The only reason to do it would be to do some really ridiculous things in the game that I don't need to be doing in order to beat it. Which I did not do the first time I played it, so I'm not going to do it this time. Although, it'd be fun to show off. And I've never actually completed the what I'm talking about. But making money is nice. I don't remember which ones I'm done with. I knew I was done with that one. I know I'm done with this one. I think I'm done with this one. Yeah. I don't know how close I am to being done with this one. Looks like I'm pretty close. That finished. This is done. That's done. This will be done in like 3 rounds. This is gonna take a while. So those two will take a minute. That one will take a little bit. So this isn't going to be done for a little while. And even when the Media King is completed, that won't get done in this playthrough because I'm not going to go back here constantly when I don't make that much money from it. Getting these pop-ups is actually really helpful because it gives you like 1 or 2%. So I don't have to wait as long. It's a little bit, but a little bit adds up whenever you're like only getting a couple percent at a time. Especially when I'm getting no percent at a time because this one takes forever. Look at those increases. It's not good. I've gotten 1 rank up. We're at 65%. So, I think I will just farm Mr. Showdown, which I said I wouldn't do back when I got the Trouble Finder, but now that I'm in this situation, I might as well. Okay, so all my cheap ones are in use. So the next one would be Leisure King, and I'm really not spending that much money on him. Like overall, the money I'm spending on it, I'm getting back like 300 times that, so it's not like it's a big deal. I just like using the cheap ones because once everything's done, it doesn't matter, so maximize profits that I don't care about. If this was my first playthrough, I would care about them, but since it is not, I don't, because I've got a better way to make money. First time I played, I didn't really understand the... Well, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together with the Mr. Shakedown mechanics. I knew he was good money. I didn't realize how lucrative he was. Oh, I needed to go to the fucking repair store. Gotta be careful with that attack because the range on that hammer is way farther than you would think. All of that missed and I don't know how. Alright, that's fine. Come on. Perfect. Hit me one more time. There we go. I should get almost 200 bill off of this run. 130. It should be 200 bill, like 205 or some shit like that. It's 50% of that. No, actually like 195. Still, it's a lot. So we're looking good. Like these guys. Personally, I'd rather do this than beat stuff because I'm not going to use beat stance, but I will use this money. For what? That's a good question. Is he out yet? No. I gotta go. So, I'm gonna go into this people place instead of using one of my stamines, which I should have done to start with so that I didn't waste one of my stamines, but I wasn't thinking about it until right after I used it. So he doesn't normally spawn until you enter and exit the map. The other thing I could have done, which I can't really do because I've only got 200,000, is repair one of my guns or multiple guns. But since I don't really have the money for that, because I think the zap gun is like 600k to repair, and I've got a lot of them, just eating to refill my health was a better option. And now we head over to the pink district, because that's where he's at. What the fuck was that? I didn't turn left very well there. I haven't used my controller since the last time we played, really. Well, kinda. I did a playthrough of the quarry recently, and that happened. But that doesn't really like stick trick. You barely use your fucking stick in that game. 132, so 66 added, which would be. Gotta wait for the other ones to stop trying to pick up the money. And then he'll fight me. Hopefully. Oh god, we're in the aisle. This is gonna be hard. I've got a bad gun on me, cool. This is gonna be awful. There we go. Tight quarter spots with this guy are so sketchy because it's hard to get him to do the run attack in a way where you're not going to get hit, and if you just stay close quarters, then he'll do his normal attacks, which aren't bad until he powers up, where he breaks guard. And that's what we don't want. We don't want him breaking guard, because then it doesn't fucking matter. But she breaks guard normal, but only with like 2 attacks. Easy to deal with. Breaking guard with every attack is a problem. Okay, so let me check my abilities now that I have all this money. I might as well. We'll wait. I don't need any of these yet. Still collecting payouts, so let's do another one. We might as well. We don't want to use taxis. I think I explained that before. But the taxi system would reset where Mr. Shakedown is. And after after this run, I will be at about 300 bill. Because again, we're like getting 50% of what we had every time. So, if we've got 200, roughly, we'll get another 100 on top of what we have. So, plus the bill he has, but all that does for me is basically guaranteed 200 bill is on him, since I only had 198. I have a problem now. Hopefully it's not a problem right now, but the next time we're gonna need to hit. Well, we're doing this the hard way. Normally I like to get them down low. I was not paying attention to my ammo. If I lose all of my money, I'm resetting. I don't care. I haven't saved, I don't care. Because the start of getting your money is the worst part. And I'd rather go back down to 80 bill than to have to restart. Bro, who are you? That's why I hate the ones that like jump around and shit. They don't. I don't get it. I might end up using a gun and a half this time, which will not be fun, but whatever. And a heal, and then go find him. And this will be nice because I did not do what I was supposed to do that run. I'm really bad at watching the ammo or remembering how much ammo I have. Normally I'm not this bad about refilling my guns though. It's usually I would refill them about every other fight, even though I don't need to. He's close by, that's good. Just how many enemies are in the way is the real question. And it might be none. That would be nice. Alright, so he has 200 bill. We want that. We want that to turn to 300. 300 will turn into 450. 450 will turn into like 875. And then that'll turn into over 1 trillion. And that's when things get real good because like the max you can have is 10 trillion. So we're actually really close to and me getting greedy on those attacks because he's doing that and charging up is part of why I got killed there. Because like if I had done that with no ammo without the charge up, it would have been fine. He wouldn't have got me because I would have been doing it like I normally do after he does the charge. And countering that's a little bit easier. But now that I have 300 bill, that's kind of nice. We're also near the store, so yeah, the dragon and tiger. I got it backwards, but I got the creatures correct, so whatever. Which I feel like that's a reference, but I can't really talk about that yet. Kinda. I don't know if they really mentioned him yet in Majima's side of the story. I think they did. Yeah, it was 600,000. I've played this game too much. fix my guns, and leave. Now, do we do another round? No. I'm fine with that. We're basically at the point though where like if I spend money on my stances, it's not gonna affect my farm. Kind of. I'll also get into that when we finish the side story. But now we're heading back down to our real estate agency to collect. Oh, god damn it. He is not affected by the $1,000 you throw around, so I don't want to run into him because I'm not really interested in the farm, nor do I want a billion yen. A billion yen means nothing to me now. 2 fights with the guy, and instead of making 3 bill, I'm making 150. Granted, it's risky, but it's damn near guaranteed for me. And I like that. Alright. Payouts. I'm still spending a decent amount of money here, but because of the Gambling King area and Media King area, I'm making all that money back. This is like just this here. That was 56, 96, 104, 152 mil. I made more than that from that, so like that's perfect. I'm not making a profit on anything yet, but that's just because the properties aren't maxed out. But I kind of am still making a profit because I'm getting the other locations too, and they're covering like what I'm doing here a little bit, even if it's not the full amount. Between them all, I'm still making something. Which is the important takeaway, is I'm still making something. So I'm not dipping into my farm or anything like that. Now we're at 70%. We made it to 70%. Now, I mentioned this earlier whenever I fucked up and died, but I haven't saved in a while, so we're going to do that. No, I haven't saved since we started. And I have 220 mil bill more than I started, so we're going to save and yeah. So, now I've done the farm like 4 or 5 times. If I die, it's actually a bad reset. Even just resetting instead of starting all the way over. Alright, he's over by Mock Bowl. That's not the best location, but this is a get killed time, so it actually doesn't matter where he's at. Ideally, I'd rather him be there now than when I'm trying to beat him. He's moving away, so that's fine. This is the type of location I want whenever I'm trying to get the money. And the type of location I don't want is like earlier whenever... or the Champion District. The Champion District is awful. Alright. Shotguns are fucking terrible. And good at the same time. Alright, so I did what I needed to. It's gonna knock me out. We're all good. Gonna take my money, but then we're gonna beef it up to 450. And that's the craziest thing, is like we started 40, let's say 35 minutes ago, because I don't remember how long it took me to actually start, but we started about half an hour ago. And I'm making more money than I started with, let alone having more money than I started with. Like this round, I'll be making almost double what I started with when I started the trip. And it just gets crazier as the farm goes on. To the point where, like, if I get to max money, I'll never not be in the trillions. Because as long as I remember to re-up around 5 trill, no, like 6 trill, like 6.5 trillion. As long as I don't spend more than like 3 trillion yen before I re-up, it's fine, basically. So like, and that's just one run rather than however many we've done so far. So I can, and you could be thinking, if you've never played this game, well, why would you need that much money? And the first answer is, well, you really don't. But the second answer is, if you really want to, like, be a completionist at this game, it takes a lot of money. Like, there's one thing in this game that is a money sink for both characters. But by the time you get to that point, your money is basically on both characters anyway. And I can explain that later. I can't do it in the playthrough, but because I don't think that becomes an option until the finale. If that. My gun is gonna run out of ammo during this fight, so I have to remember that. Gun is out of ammo. Easy. It gets easier and easier as you practice the fight. 454. So, yeah, Agashira is down. We're still collecting payouts, so I'm gonna take this time to go back to the Dragon and Tiger. Why not? You notice I'm still not spending any of my money because I just want to make it easier to get the money since we're stuck in this fucking loop anyway. If we weren't, I would be spending it because I don't plan on farming for the 10 trill, but if I get it before the Media King is complete, I get it. We're getting really close to finishing the loop, which is kind of sad, but also kind of nice. I'll tell you right now, if I get max money, I will use a good chunk of it, but I will not be farming any more than that. Because I'm not going to do, at least not during the playthrough. If we ever come back to the game after that, probably. Because there is something I've never done that I want to do. I just don't have the patience for it. And I can explain what I mean when we finish this side story. And I know I keep saying that, but I don't want to spoil it. until we finish it. I'm like sitting here, fucking like, what? Right. Like I said before, this one's gonna be like 225, like, it's gonna be 675. Roughly. It's always rough estimates with that because I'm not like doing the exact math, I'm doing like rounded math. So it'd actually be a little more to that. But I have to be careful during these fights. I think I've mentioned that before. But, because you don't start at full health, I mean I could, but I don't. And because I don't start at full health, if I'm not careful, I can get combo looped and die. Because I don't pay attention to the combat as well as you should, because the normal difficulties don't really punish you that badly for it. Which is kind of a good thing, because like beat 'em ups don't need to be that intense. Alright, he's over here at this park. I didn't see him. I kinda like... I don't like that park, and I do like that park, just because I know that layout. It's usually after everything. The end? Okay, so that's an easy one to walk past, that's good. I didn't even notice those guys coming at me. Yep. Almost bumped into him. You have my money, sir. I'm going to need that back. And he woke up early, that's perfect.
What?
I should have just done this during the gaming thing. This really... Oh, well, that's a problem. See what I mean, though? Like, I would not have died the last time early, because that was a death round. I wouldn't have died that round if I had been doing it the safe way. 685, a little bit more because I had a little bit more on the side, which is cool. Payout's not ready yet. How close is it? Because if it's close, I'm not going to bother with another... Yeah, it's close. Yeah, if it's close, I'm not going to bother with another round. I'm just going to wander around and do something. I don't even know what. Did I finish all the businesses? Still need to eat food. I could do that, but that I gotta do Udahime and Vincent. Udahime's not mine. That's Majima's not mine. It's not Kiryu's, it's Majima's. Alright. Payout's ready though, so it doesn't matter. I'm doing about 2 a payout, which is cool. That's fine. I don't really need to do anymore at this point. Like, I've got so much fucking money that I don't need to do it at all. I'm just doing it to pass time. It's easy, and it does pass time very, very well. But I think at this point, we're gonna buy everything. Let's see where my money's at.
ガンガン稼ぐぜ。ボロ儲け上等だ。
and go from there.
これでどうだ。これでどうだ。金投入だ。
Maybe I'll do the rest of the farm like not recorded because it's kind of boring. Really boring. What we're doing right now is kind of boring because we're waiting to be able to do a boss fight, which is not exactly exciting. I get that. But we're committed to doing everything. We're going to do it.
いい店になったな。ランクアップ
76%. That might be all I get this time. That's a damn shame though.
いい店になっ
Oh,
た
we're
な。
at 78. Still close to 80. Not going to get it. I might get 80 next round, so we might
ジャリンジャリン稼ぐぜ。
continue to do the farm. I am weak-willed. My brain does... I don't want to do the beast mode stuff right now. Honestly, we might do it later in the playthrough. But right now, I don't want to do it. I just want to do stuff that, like, lets me watch this map easier. It's like you saw when I went to the pier the first time. Immediately, I had the Media King lackeys show up, which was annoying. I can't continue what I'm trying to do if they're here. I could do mini games and stuff and like work on CP, but that's also not something I really want to do. Because a lot of them are really frustrating and I don't think I'm going to succeed without buckling in and working on it, which I don't want to do. Especially since I'm not planning on platinuming the game. If I was going to platinum the game, it wouldn't be on this save either. If we're being completely honest, it would be on my main save because I haven't done it yet. And, you know, we do it. Especially since I don't want to do Kimoji again. I would have to do it on the big TV for that because the input lag would be insane. Get all the way up here and then these guys fucking stop me. Oh, but cool, they have no interest in that, so that's perfect. My brain just had a moment where I couldn't remember if I had any money. No, you haven't fought this here yet. You have your money, so. I'm gonna swap my gun now, but I'm not gonna... Did not swap my gun to one that actually has bullets. Cool. I should have known that I had my money because he didn't have any money on him. My brain was just not operating. Alright, so I need a fight. But then I want to heal. Ugh. I'm a narc. I'll show you a narc. You managed to hit me. I'm gonna give him. I don't care about that. Now I've got to a leopard print coat in my inventory for no reason. Alright, into Conrai.
いらっしゃいませ。
685, huh? So 342, which would mean 900. Oh, we're gonna be over a trill this round. Just barely, but I should be at 1.5 trill by the time we finish.
ありがとうございました。
Is almost a trillion in over what I have right now. And that's just in 2 fights. That's how insane the exponential multiplication factor is for deep pockets, which I'm sure wasn't meant to be abused like this, but it is, and we can't ignore it. Not by everybody. Definitely not by new players. Not every new player anyway.
バカ。金出せ。やんのか。
I didn't even want to fight this guy when I first played. Gun did not shoot. It made me sad. Yeah, that swing has way more range than you think it does. So if you're gonna try and keep getting hits in while he's doing that combo, you want to keep moving back. More than you might think you've got room for. It's just good form. Alright, so I am like chilling right now. We are a 10th of the way done with the total farm if we wanted to get there. We're not going to, but we could. And that's the craziest part. We are very, very close. The next one's going to put us at 1.5. The one after that would put us at, and we'll see if there is one after that, because I'll keep playing it if I can't fight the Media King. But the one after that would put us at 2.25. Then the one after that would put us at 3.4. Then after that it would be like 4.6, 4.7. Then almost 7, and then we would be topped out. So, yeah, we are close. That is not an exaggeration. We are very, very close. Like, less than 10 fights away. Will I do it? No. We will stop once we get done. Is it tempting? It is very tempting. Bro does not want to fight me because those guys are still down there fucking with the money.
Huh?
I don't like him being up here in this district because of how many enemies. I love that attack because I can just fucking wail around. I was supposed to take that hit. Oh well. Okay. After this one, we'll wait for the payout because we should be very close to the payout after this. And we'll go from there. Because if I finish, then we're not going to continue. If we don't, then we'll continue a little bit. We'll be close to 3 trill if we get to continue. Do I really want to continue? At this point, kind of yes and no, if I'm being honest. I'm very close. But also at this point, I can max out
何なんだ
my 3 forms and be just fine. It won't affect the farm later on at all. I can do it right now, honestly, because it won't affect my farm at all. But I don't. Every little bit, you know what I mean? I need to find a food store, and the closest one is Conroy. It's always Conroy. I could just go into the Dragon and actually, just for my own safety, because I know I'm going to forget. Which the first time I started doing this farm, it's just the only time I've maxed out my money, I think. Don't hold me to that. Because that wasn't on my original playthrough. So if my original playthrough has max money, then I lied. But, you know, whatever.
ありがとうございました
There was a playthrough where I maxed out my money in like chapter 2. Which was not fun to do. Because you don't get the Trouble Finder till chapter 5. Not exactly fun. But entirely doable. If you kinda like you notice, especially after a lot after you lose, he shows up pretty much in the same spots every time. So if you do what I did this playthrough and rush deep pockets, you can max your money out. I think in chapter 1, actually. A little bit harder that early because the CP is limited, but it's very, very possible. Not to say the CP is limited, but it's very difficult. Difficult. Time consuming. That's the better word. You do need some money to start with to be able to get the CP you need.
お前
Or a lot of time on
金出せ後悔するなよ
to do all the fighting. Either way,
おい
it's going to take time. Alright, 1.5 trill. And at this point, if I use that money for my stances, it's not even a drop in the bucket. Like, it kind of, but not really. Like, I don't even see that. Like, I can max out Brawler right now, which is the only stance I'm using right now, and not even see the 1.5 drop. Some of the shit is kind of useful, so I wanted to grab it. I just knew I was going to do a little bit of farming before I did it, so that I could still have about 80 bill to do things I wanted to do. But since we were stuck doing this shit anyway, we went hard on it. But see, I maxed out everything, and I barely used 10 bill. I didn't even use 10 bill. I kind of used 10 bill. I don't remember where I started, but yeah. I didn't use that much money is my main point. And if you notice, I don't even make a bill off of this finance thing, which is your next best option for making money. You can make a bill per cycle, I'm not there yet.
ボード儲け
I'm a little under a bill.
ボード儲け
And I'm putting a lot of money into it, so I'm not really a little under a bill. If you want to be, like, completely fair.
ガンガン稼ぐぜジャリンジャリンガンガン稼ぐジャリンジャリン
If the
稼
game
ぐぜ
let me, I would have just idled
マネーゲーム開始だ
and done other
金
stuff.
投入だ
Not this playthrough, obviously, 'cause that would be very
金
boring.
投入だ
But,
俺しのぎきったな
if it's 80%, we are about to do the boss fight, I think. Part of me wants it to be 80% so that I can get on with my life. The other part is fine with it because, you know, more farm. If it hasn't been abundantly clear yet in other games I play as well as this one, I do enjoy a good farm. If Final Fantasy VIII didn't do
なんか
it, I don't know what will. Maybe even Tactics, because I think it took me long to beat. It took me like 30 hours to beat Tactics too, because I would just sit there and farm.
ガンガン稼ぐぜ
Alright. The fight didn't start. I'm gonna walk back in. And it's not gonna start. And then you know what we're going to do. So there's no reason to be like, well, what's next? We know what's next. My blanket is next. I am addicted to this flavor. I got the raw meat flavor once it came up, once stock came back in. Oh my god, it's so good. Alright, where is he at? You know what? I might as well. Now you notice I can't get everything with Rush Dance, right? Because some of it's blocked off. I can still buy all the most expensive shit, of course. But I can't get this one without doing the level 3 Kimoji training, which is actually the worst training. For me. 4 is not fun either, but it's easier for me. And 5 isn't, I wouldn't consider 5 actual training. We won't get to see that because I'm not going to do it, but maybe I'll do it. But I've almost broken a controller to the Kimoji training before, so I don't know. I didn't save. I kind of want to do that before I do this, but it's so much money. I do and I don't. And that's the sad part. Is like I have so much money, but I really don't. And that doesn't make any sense, but it would if you knew. I cannot buy everything for Beast, so we're just gonna buy everything I can. I'll still have 1.5 bill, which is insane, or bill trill. So, like, these numbers aren't going to affect my farm, as I mentioned. Having some of this shit might have been helpful while I was getting my, That would have been helpful because it makes Beastmaster a little bit easier to play. If your resist guard stance is kind of useless if you don't have a way to like jump out of it after they hit you. I mentioned that previously, that like the game likes to loop you in that stance. I gotta go all the way up here, so we might as well stop at a payphone on the way up there and save. 'Cause I am not, even at the save I've got, and the save I've got has a decent amount of money on it, I am not resetting 1.5 trill on my stream save. I'm not doing it. That would be so upsetting. And it gets worse from there. Like, obviously, because I'm making so much more per round. Like, this next one's gonna be a net bonus of like 750 billion yen. It'll be the last one where a net bonus is only 1 billion yen. After this, it'll be a trillion yen. And it feels funny to say this because we've been past that point for a long time. But at this point, the money I make from Egashira really doesn't mean dick. Like the 1 bill, whatever, doesn't even help add out the money I have when I give it to him. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't do shit for me. Oh, I survived. Interesting. There we go. When I used to do this, I didn't used to heal. And I lost a lot of money in that process. Not as much as this, because I got super careful once I started getting into these numbers. But to the point where I wouldn't even do this fight without healing. You don't really need to go that far. But I forget to heal, I forget to save. So, being careful is not a bad thing. We are going to go heal though. Takanrai! To give you an idea, an hour ago, we had 80 billion yen. So we got 1.4 trillion yen more from that. Right now we don't have that, but we do have that. And we actually have more from that. It took us an hour to do that. And it's not the only thing, it's kind of the only thing we're doing, because the rest of what we're doing is waiting for the side story to continue. Which, riveting gameplay. That's my only complaint about the side story, but it is a side story for a reason. And while most of the other, including Majima's, because Majima's doesn't do this, Majima's is actually really, really fun. And I can't wait to get to chapter 7. But, yeah. There's a lot to do in chapter 7. So we'll be in chapter 7 for a while. And that's not a bad thing. I'm excited for it. Everybody should be excited for it. Yeah. Once we get through chapter 7 and 8, though, the game's going to go by relatively quickly. Because there aren't many sub-stories left after that. I'm not going to do the Yaman fight right away. I might do that later. Because I need to get past this game. Yeah. Anyway. This game, Elden Ring, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They're all weighing on my conscience because I got more than an hour into all of them. Or more than 2 hours into all of them. I'm over an hour into Kingdom Hearts too, but I'm barely in that game. Like, we're about to go to the first world. So you can't really say that's on my mind, but it is on my mind. Not nearly as much as these other games, though. Man, I think I'm just gonna go do the beast training real quick. I've got so much money, I don't really care anymore. Like, I'm not gonna use 2 trillion yen. At all. I could easily use that and, like, almost like 80 trillion more. Again, I can't really get into detail why, or I could, but that would be spoiling. I can, hopefully in the next hour or so. Within the next hour or so. Hopefully within the next 30 minutes, but we'll see. Okay, so the thing with Tatsu's training is every 2 trainings she gives you a mission. And those missions unlock your new abilities. That's part of the reason why I don't like doing her training. Is because I don't want to do the money thing just to get my trainings done. I still prefer this to Kimoji's, but that's just because I don't dodge. Which makes you wonder why I like From Software so much, but different gameplay. Anyway, her jobs are basically shakedown jobs. Deck collection. Stuff like that. So, any money you beat out of him is more or less yours. But it's not a lot of money, as you can tell. If you weren't, well, it's okay money if you don't do what I do. But, yeah. I need to sneeze, but it's not coming. I don't like it. Alright. It's a mill to do this. Oh no. 1,000,000 yen. Okay, you see that dude in the middle? I need him dead first. Why? He's an asshole. Alright. It's because he had a gun and nobody else had a gun. Everyone else is pretty easy to kill because they don't do anything. And I broke the money but sometimes you need to actually like throw some crates around and stuff that aren't used for beating people's ass. Alright. Now we got training number 4. It's 10 trainings total to finish your stuff. Oh right, the SMGs. SMGs aren't as bad as the pistol, mainly because I should kill them. I wanted bigger money off of them, but I wasn't getting bigger money off of him, so alright. I think this is 600,000, so I didn't need to do this. Because it's 3 mil to win. I just wanted to make sure. I honestly didn't pay attention. Alright, we got it. And the payout's ready. That's perfect. Should I have stuck around to get the skill? Maybe. Why didn't I? Because I probably have to do it again. If we're being honest, I don't think I'm going to hit the percentage needed to fight the Media King. So, why eat up something that I could do for that? All right. Bare minimum is 85%. I don't think I'm getting 2 upgrades this round. Let alone 5, which is what I would need for 90%. And I'm gonna get 1 of these, but that doesn't count. New York hot dog's usually the last one I finish, so that's actually funny. Percentages are actually really helpful, but you know. And Disco City Boy is my most expensive property, and it's going to be one of the earliest S's because it's one that Miracle can upgrade at maximum efficiency. I thought I would get that. And since Miracle can upgrade it, it goes by a lot quicker. Disappointing. I could have had 85 this turn, but it did not. So we're gonna go back to Miss Tatsu. Because I don't want to. I do, but I don't. I want to do something productive. Let's go with that. And not that this isn't, the other stuff isn't productive, but this makes me feel more productive. Oh yeah, I don't have to buy those. My brain forgot about that. That's so helpful. I can't believe I still had over an hour and a half on this fucking side story. I thought I was so close to done. And if I hadn't have fucking failed that, the thing is if you don't, and I mentioned this before, if you don't fail the minigame, It takes so much less time. Like the first 3 I knocked out really fucking fast, right? But these last ones have taken some time. The Gambling King and the Media King. And I did all my sub-stories before this, so it's not like I have anything else I can do apart from like my trainings or CP hunting or anything like that.
Yeah.
Alright, well, this dude wants to go, so we're gonna go. Who the fuck are you aiming at? Ooh, a whole 4.6. A lot of money.
Nani?
I've learned 2 moves, not too bad. Was that one the one that was locking a move? It was. That's actually useful for Beast because it increases it reduces the amount of damage you take when you're actually using your resist guard, which is helpful. Training 5. There's 2 pages, if you were wondering where training 6 was. Alright, so I want to kill the pistol first. Now why the pistol over the machine gun? The pistol guy likes to auto-lock. Whereas the machine gun guy just kind of shoots. We don't care about that. Alright, so it's 3 mil to finish this. I think. Not remember. It might be 3.5, but we're gonna get 3.5 regardless. That's okay. I didn't even need it. Where the fuck am I going? Sometimes the camera does weird shit and then like the delay fucks me. Because I'm not looking at the actual screen that the Elgato is connected to. I'm playing through this. Which I could fix that. I could set the Elgato up on one of these screens and do that. But then I lose one of my monitors, and I don't want to do that. Still collecting payout. Jesus. It was 3.5. This one's going to be 4. You'll notice it's getting tighter and tighter as I do these. So, like, I'm gonna have to spend that time that I'm not spending. Oh my god. What the fuck are you doing? Ow. I'm gonna throw that away. I have to spend the extra time later on. I won't need to do it on this one, but throwing boxes around. It's that one I barely got. And I don't like throwing boxes around because it takes fucking forever. But whatever gets the training done. We're doing round 3. And I'm kind of done with this already. I don't like Miss Tatsu's training. Fill out some of this.
Oi.
Oh?
The little debt collection stuff's kind of nice because like background into Miss Tatsu and stuff like that. But you know,
Oh?
it kind of gets sullied by the
Yeah.
Oh?
other stuff that I don't enjoy. I enjoyed it more when I first played the game because I've played Beast a lot when I first played the game. Did not make any money off him. That's okay. Still collecting payouts. I can't. I need to do something else, man. This shit hurts my brain. It does not do any good for me. How close am I to finishing my payouts? Let's go to Vincent and finish off my drinking. Did I finish Beast Mode completion list? Let's look at that real quick. Brawler's done, Rush is done. Okay, yeah. So, or Brawler's not done. Brawler can be done. I can work on that, I guess. Why? There's a reason as to why. One, I don't have to worry about street fights anymore. Because your story fights do count, but like that's not enough to get 200 fights in. You know what I mean? Or 200. I don't want to say kills, because you're not killing anybody. But you know what I mean. Or JCC. There's so much that goes on in Kamurocho throughout the games that sometimes my brain just doesn't remember what's in what game. Like that particular spot has something else there in other games. So my brain was just like, I didn't think that place was in this game. And I looked at it and like, oh, it's not. Okay. We're also close to defeating 500 people on the street, which is the random encounters. That does not go up in story fights. So, I would like to finish that. I'm going to finish that at some point, because it just kind of happens, but it doesn't have to happen. It will happen because I'm so close, but I needed some combat. Like real combat, not the Mr. Shakedown. Like, I never used a weapon in my first playthrough. I didn't even know how to use them. I thought they were just attack upgrades, which made it really, really funny. Oh god, I'm not finishing this visit. I need a Glenfiddich.
ありがとうございます。
No, I just started. My inventory's almost full from Miss Tatsu, and I hate it. Part of it's my fault for leaving so much shit in my inventory. But I'm still gonna blame her. Payout's ready. I can hope, and I am hoping, that it's 85%. Why? So that I'm done waiting and I can finish the side story and move on with the game. Because who even remembers what was happening in the game at this point? Like, main story-wise. And funny enough, this is the longest it's ever taken me to do this. Well, one, I've never failed the Media King's Disco mission, but I finished Ogita and Isobe so quickly, if you remember the sub-stories, that it was kind of bound to happen. I was also really shit at Miracle Johnson's, and I'm surprised at that, because usually I'm a little bit better at that one. And the other two. I've never beat Miracle Johnson, and you technically can. I will never be able to, but you technically can. Thank you. Alright, so if it's 85%, I'm good. If it's not, we'll see here in a second. Those two are almost S. That's A. Oh god, I'm so close to 90, but I'm not gonna make it. I was kind of hoping that I'd just hit 92 and then it wouldn't matter, but nope, it's not gonna happen. And it is 90%, isn't it? I'm gonna come back in here and I'm not gonna be able to fight him. Years. Okay, well, that sucks. So close. The next round is going to be the last round. I know that for sure. But I just need to get through this shit. So we are probably gonna do one more farm for the road. Because I know it can't be any higher than 90%. My ear is so itchy. I hate it. And it's only whenever I put anything over my ears. Between my hair and just my ears in general. Every time it's itchy. I don't wear my earphones unless I'm streaming. So, you know, that's part of the problem. Right. It is what it is. Hello, sir. I need you to kill me. I know you never creepy. Fucking goddammit. Got you down, so we're just gonna die. Oh, beautiful. You could have done your full combo. Thank you. Alright. I'm gonna get like 1.1 off of this, so I'll be at like 3.3. So that's nice. Hi, fat boy.
今ガンつけたら
目障り
Alright, that's done. I need to go somewhere with food.
風俗行く金が欲しくて
I think there's the beef bowl place right there. Of course there's enemies in front of it. I wouldn't know that. You guys can get that.
じゃねえか
いらっしゃいませ。
Alright. I have like no money. I barely have enough money to bring oh boy out. Had to be the furthest spot possible. I mean, I'm earning that 100-kilometer CP, which I might already have. I can't get the taxi one because I can't reset the guy. I don't have enough money to throw. That's a fucking problem. Because I don't want to start a fight. I don't want him moving. Man. Just back off. Thank you. I didn't make enough money to throw any money, so that became kind of shitty. It works out though.
Omae, 金出せ、チャラだ。
Agreed, man. I did not want bro hitting me. Alright, give me my money back. 3.4. A little more than I thought it would be. That's perfectly fine though. Let's go eat. Well, I don't need to eat. Let's go to the dragon. Or nowhere. Cool. We'll go to the dragon and tiger and move dash. But then we'll go find our boy. And this will probably be the last farm.
いらっしゃいませ。
I say that, but we're so fucking close that like after this we're only like 3 fights away.
ありがとう。
So we'll see. It might I could probably easily call this the last farm of chapter 6 though. Maybe. We'll see.
持ってけ
ちょっと出るのよくない？
I only say that because if I'm gonna hit that and go hard, I don't want to affect my money later. So if I'm gonna even do it, I want to get it there before I start
何
spending
なんだ。
large amounts of money. The camera does not like me sometimes. Especially fighting this guy. Like I swear it's Ash on purpose during these fights. Oh. That time I didn't dodge. You just missed. I should have saved. I did not. It's okay. Alright. Closest food place to here is the beef bowl place, so we're gonna try and fight somebody on the way down to the beef bowl place. Hopefully closer to the beef bowl place, so I don't have to avoid
どうもお
people
疲れ様です。
getting into the beef bowl place. Hi.
何なんだ。
Untouchable. 500k is useful. So now I have some money to run from people. We made it.
いらっしゃいませ。
Alright. I might just decide that we're so close once we finish the side story that
ありが
I'll
とうございます。
work on 100%ing the building while I max out my money. But then once I max out my money, we'll move on. I haven't decided yet. Man, I should have went to Conray. But if I had gone to Conray, it wouldn't have put him up there. I swear they do this shit on you to you on purpose. Because they don't want you they don't want you to get your money back. And if you're not careful, he'll not have your money anymore. Those are beating on someone, so we're good
勘弁してく
there.
ださい。
You go away. They're hitting on somebody. We're good. Alright. We're in the clear. Now I just have to not die. And I know I haven't died yet, so that I keep saying that like it's gonna happen, but it could happen. And that's the scary part.
我がん金は俺のもんや。何なんだ。
I went really greedy there, but we got it. 5 trill. Next round would get me to 7, and then the one after that would top me off. So we are there. We are there. Payout's ready though, so we are not there now. Oh shit. And 7's about where I would want to re-up. So, if for whatever reason I did spend $3 trillion,
お疲れ様です。
I would just die and re-up.
どうもお疲れ様です。
Now, the crazy part is like, how do you spend 3 trillion? Or, yeah, right? We will see soon. Actually, it is soon.
ジャリンジャリン稼ぐぜ。ボロ儲け。ガンガン稼ぐぜ。ボロ儲
Will we do
け。
it?
ジャリンジャリン
Probably
稼ぐ
not.
ぜ。ボロ儲け。
But we could do it, and that's what matters.
ボロ儲け。ガンガン稼ぐぜ。
We're finally done upgrading the Gambling Kings area, so that's nice. Disco City is done, which is the most expensive building in the side
いい
story.
店になったな。
So we're getting good on money. We're at 93% if you've noticed. So the boss should be after I close this. That's good. I've been waiting on that for a hot minute.
なんか
95%. Alright, so
ジャリンジャリン稼ぐぜ。
yep. Mr. President. Alright. He's ready to fight us. Now I have to fight him in order to make any money off of this. Which is supposed to incentivize you to do it right away, because this should be like your main source of money. It's not, but it's supposed to be. What's going on? I hear dogs. You guys don't hear dogs, but I hear dogs. It's part of the reason my mic... What the fuck? My mic doesn't sound the best. Is because well, one, I'm very quiet, so I've got a cloud lifter and got that shit jacked up high. But the other reason it's jacked up high is because I use fuck, where am I going? Up here. I use NVIDIA Broadcast for my subpar green screen, but it does work way better than I thought it would. Way better than the one I used to do back in the day, if anybody remembers that. I still got the cloths that I used for that. That was not even a green screen, that was just... actually... it was a blue screen, by definition. But same concept. Chroma keying and all that fun stuff. But I did not have an actual green screen. Like, I didn't have anything green. But I learned when I used those that blue screens actually were a thing before green screens. And they were changed to green screens because they're easier to chroma out than blue, because blue is very similar to like skin tones in highlighting scenarios, which is interesting. Alright, so now we fight the Media King and his entourage. I missed every attack. This dude needs to get off my dick. Get off of me! Holy shit! He does not stop. I'm trying to kill the other guys so I can focus on him, but he doesn't fucking stop. So it's really annoying. Oh my god, let me get up. Let me get up. I don't like doing this. I don't like playing the game with the shotgun. But it pissed me off. It really does. These other guys still aren't dead either. And this is why I'm bad at this game. Are you figuring it out yet? I love these games, but I am bad at these games. How did that not hit? Where are you aiming at? Alright, he's down. I can finally focus on this fucker. And he grabs me. Will you stop? Holy shit, leave me the fuck alone. Not even the most annoying part in this game, but holy shit is he annoying. I finally sneezed. Holy shit. The side story's over now, right?
Yeah.
Nani?
Yeah, no. Now I've got this guy. And it's a big backstory about he and Yamanoi got into business together and they didn't want to see eye to eye, and now he runs everything and has all my businesses. Oh, and there's Yuki Sato. I hate it. Oh, and I didn't heal. If that wasn't apparent with my health bar. Okay, we're good. Alright, so now the Media King has joined me as an advisor. At the end of the game when I don't really need advisors anymore. And what he's good at is basically what Miracle's good at, so he's kind of fucking useless. We're gonna go to Khan right now. I'm hurt. And then we're gonna visit the the drugstore, and then we're gonna go back to our realtor. Realtor? Yeah, real estate agency. I know words.
おほありがとうございました
You would think I'd be better with my words, but all of my words disappeared when I stopped writing. And here we are. This, what you see is what is left from that. I know I said I don't use Beast, and I don't. I'm still gonna max it out because I can. I wasn't going to before when I only had 80 bill. I think I'm good now. Don't you guys think I'm good? I think I'm good. And I know the farming had loaded the playthrough earlier, and I didn't even do a lot of it, which makes it even funnier. Because I've done a good amount now, but it took a lot less time because of the trouble finder and or encounter finder technically. The trouble finder for sub stories and stuff like that, which I don't have any right now, so it's not helping me. So all I got left in Beast are my 2 trainings. All I got left is Rush, is the trainings, and the one locked behind the trainings. And Brawler is complete. So we almost have all of our fighting forms done. I mean, they're as done as they're gonna get, because I'm just not gonna. The easiest way to put that, I'm not gonna. I haven't finished the walking, but I'll get the last 2 kilometers, so I'm gonna work on the last 8 tactics. Like 2 kilometers is not a lot of walking in reality. I'll get that with Majima in chapters 7 and 8. Because I don't generally think about using the taxis. Genuinely. Especially after I get the infinite stamina from the shrines. Which Kiryu has, obviously. I don't remember if I got it with Majima. Oh god, why are you there? He shouldn't be here. It's fine.
お疲れ様です
I used the taxi, so technically it reloaded the world, so he shouldn't have been down there. Yamanoi is gone.
何
おいおうええいやなあ
何
Alright, so now the 5 billionaires are helping me. Hold off, everybody, while I go do the final battle. I gotta go down to the expensive taxi, which I know I forget to mention that because I just keep using it. It's the closest taxi. But the taxi here at the entrance to Kamurocho, like on the edge of Shibuya, which you never go to Shibuya, so I don't know why I mentioned that. But like this taxi right here is 10,000, where the other ones are like 1,000. So it matters. I don't need one. You can keep that for yourself, sir. Madam, whatever. No discrimination.
Oi!
Alright, well now we do this fight. Oh shit, I missed. Alright. They're down, that wasn't too terribly bad. And suddenly, Pistol Crew joins the battle. He's actually a police detective. And she's been trying to find this guy this whole time while being our secretary. How do you miss a shot like that? Screw the rules, I have money. That's an unfortunate common thought that I don't like. And then Kiryu standing here like fucking do it, shoot me. See what happens. This is a fun fight. Because I can just grab this table and beat him over the head. Then I grab this chair and I beat him over the head with it. Then I grab this table and I beat him over the head with it. This is one of those few fights. Oh, right. The thing I couldn't talk about this whole time. So this song and this fighting style would be very, very familiar the people who played the rest of the series before this. We have just unlocked the Dragon of Dojima style, which technically the Dragon of Dojima doesn't exist yet. This is the story of the rise of the dragon. And if it wasn't clear earlier on, because it's been a while, the family he was expelled from was the Dojima family, the Dojima clan. So, yeah. If you know more about the series, then you know then you know a few other things that I'm not going to get into until the end of the game. But yes, now we have Dragon of Dojima fighting style, which is what we'll probably be using for the rest of the game. It is the style that is used in older Yakuza games, like Yakuza, the original Yakuza 1 through 5, as well as Yakuza 6 and Gaiden, because those are just up, and Kiwami 2, technically. Kiwami 2 didn't have stance changes either. But Kiwami 2, 6, and Gaiden have updated versions of the gameplay. And I will get into that when we get to Kiwami 2. But, yeah. Now we are a real estate agency, and my secretary is still my secretary, even though she told us she's with the police. And her mission is done already. And we built this city. So, there's a 80s reference. Okay, so that's done. Yeah, it's ready. We might as well do that. And, I mean, we're right here. Something else I can do now is spend 10 billion yen to make a gold Kiryu statue. Which I know, 10 billion yen is a lot. My first playthrough, I did not get this statue because 10 billion yen was a lot. That didn't even put a dent in my money. So now I have a statue. I wasn't planning on buying that because I wasn't planning on having this much money. But here we are. Also, now that the side story is over, I no longer have to worry about the fights or anything like that on the Media King section. So I can easily just take my time finishing the updates and, you know, getting the 100% territory and building upgrades and all that fun stuff.
いい店になったな。
One thing I didn't upgrade was, or the two things are S rank, so we didn't get 100%, that's fine. I don't really care. Okay, so I'm gonna save real quick. I could save after I do this, but we'll save now. It's fine. I don't think I ever went to the store. I need to do that. Okay. But just because that form is the legendary form, don't think that means I can't upgrade it. So we're gonna hit square and go to legend form. It's right here. Now you want to know where all that money can be dumped? It's right here. Now you'll notice all of this is locked off. And each one of these is a billion yen. You also notice this little level thing down here at the bottom middle. If I get the limit break, which let's go to the shrine now and see how close I am to that. You remember how I mentioned I would want the limit break if I was going to get anything else at the shrine? It was for this. So we're going to go to the shrine and see if I can unlock that. I think Kiryu's is harder to unlock than Majima's. That I don't remember. Majima's might be harder. Majima gets less CP than Kiryu, but Kiryu's CP costs are higher as a result. End of the day, in order to finish the shrine, you have to get every CP list completion. Or very, very close to it. So I finished adventure, I finished business, I was on battle. I can buy the wealthy aroma. I need 28 more CP to get limit breaker. So I cannot spend my money the way I've been talking about until I get this. Now if I had said, you know, I don't need this business stuff because I'm going to be making my money through Mr. Shakedown, or I don't need You Can't Stop Me, I would have limit breaker. And you guys would see the effects of that. We don't need it to beat this game. The nice thing about Limit Breaker and Legend Stance is all of these, if you look at them, these are all for your damage while you're in heat. That's what Heat Wave is if you haven't caught on to that. Ultra Action Power is your heat action abilities. Notice almost all of them are locked, so I can only get this one for now, which is sad. All of these are health, every one of these, and attack boost, so these are all attack damage. But notice how every single node says applies to all battle styles. So the nice thing about Legend Stance is your upgrades apply to everything. Now, I mentioned the level thing before. We're not going to see what it does, probably, because I'm not going to farm enough CP to show you. If it comes naturally, cool. But if it doesn't, not a big deal. But, when I get Limit Break, it unlocks the end. If I complete Legend, it resets it without losing the stat bonuses. So you keep the stat bonuses, you keep level 1, and then it upgrades you to the next level. And all of the nodes are still there, they're reset, and you can buy them again for even more stat bonuses. Now, the question there is, well, if you can keep buying them over and over again, what's the maximum level? Well, the maximum level is 999. So if you wanted to 100% this game, you would need enough money for Kiryu and Majima. Spoiler alert, Majima has a Legend Stance too. And his stance is my favorite stance in the game. Not because it's my favorite stance in the game, but it's the most broken stance in the game. And it's the closest to the other games in terms of how I play the game's late game. And actually better than the other games late game. But we'll see that when we get to that. Anyway, I did not like that stance till I found out about that, by the way. Because the rest of its playstyle is not really for me. Very heat action oriented. Or heat gauge oriented. Anyway, so in order to like 100% the game, truly, you would have to get level 999 on both Legend stances. And Majima's costs half the cost of Kiryu's, but Majima doesn't get Mr. Shakedown's deep pockets. So how do you get that much money on Majima? Well, we kind of know that answer, but also we kind of don't. I'll explain more in Chapter 7. Anyway, we've now upgraded everything as much as we can. We cannot upgrade anymore. I still have 5 trill. I could spend that money very, very easily. What did this do? Celebrity perfume increases the chance that Nueva Reaches appear. It doesn't give me any defense, so I'm not super excited to put it on. I'm just going to leave what I have on. That's fine. I don't care. We are now going to continue the game after I buy some stamina and royals. I know it's been a long time since we continued the game. I don't want to know how many VODs I've got uploaded that are focused. Oh, I forgot to start recording. That's a problem. I keep doing that because I'm not used to like trying to record in chunks. And then I have to go back and do it in the Twitch VOD, which is kind of annoying. I like being able to upload the raw. Okay, so we're going to continue the game now. If we don't remember the story, Awano found us. So right before we started all the Yamanoi stuff, we met Yamanoi with Oda. Oda wanted to have a drink at Serena. We met Nishiki at Serena. While we're sitting there talking to Nishiki and Reina at the bar, Oda walks in bloodied and bruised. And with him is Awano. We go outside, we talk to Awano. Awano tells us, give us Tachibana or we will hunt you down. That's essentially what it came down to. So, we are now... We've been waiting on Tachibana this whole time. No, not really. We learned about JCC, we learned about Mr. Moneybags and investments, which we'll roll back around to Mr. Moneybags in Chapter 7. And then we started the side story and just completed it. So now we are going to sit around and continue the story, which is waiting on Tachibana. But can we really wait on Tachibana? That's the real question.
夜明けだ。桐生は橘を渡さねえって腹です。堂島の親父につなげ。親父、阿野です。例の件ですが、やっぱり桐生は始末します。奴は橘おりませんでした。堂島組に義理書いたけじめはきっちりつけさせます。
The character development, all of these games is so fantastic too. Like all of these guys feel like they're straight out of a modern movie.
クゼの兄貴。わざわざ俺に聞く必要もねえだろ。この一件はお前の仕切りだ。俺は兵隊として働くだけだ。そう言わんでくださいよ、兄貴。俺はきっちり筋道通してやってるつもりですよ。
We don't really get to meet Kazuma in this game either, which is
それについて
sad.
風間
So I
組には
love
ご理解いただきますよ
Kazuma
ね
as a character.
柏木さん
But I'm not going to get too
どう
much
いう
into
意
that.
味でしょう。
Little
元
bits
々
at a
や
time.
桐生は風間の
Also,
頭を拾ってき
Kashiwagi
た
is
わけです
fantastic.
堂島
But we
組は
don't
そ
get
の
to
ガ
see
キ
him
始
as
末
much
間
as I
に
would like to throughout the
風間組
series.
には特にこの事務所ご
And I
と
won't get into that
狂
either
ってもらわな
until
きゃ筋が通らね
later. Spoonfuls, as needed.
いえ、おっしゃる通りです。
だったらそろそろ始めましょうよ。
Unfortunately, Awano and Shibusawa, this is their only game. So. But Kuze as well. And there's reasons for that. But,
桐生
we
さん
won't
の
get
話
into
が
that
本
until
当
we
で
start Koami.
奴は簡単にはぶち殺さねえ。生け捕りにして
I really want to start Koami right after this, but there's so much to do. I think what we'll do after this is probably try and finish my Elden Ring playthrough so that I can jump right into Rebirth again, because I really don't want to play another I don't want to hop out of a long RPG and go right back into another one. Granted, I'm almost done with Rebirth, but I want to mix it up a little bit with a more action-oriented game that has basically nothing to do with the story. I also started Modern Warfare, but I completely forgot that story, so we might throw that in there somewhere. What was I doing? All I can do now is figure out what I can do and do it, but where do I go? That doesn't fucking help me. Oh, right. We're on this section. So, I am starting to be boxed in. The hunt is on. So I've got to try and find my way around. Where the Dojima family is not. They're there. Always back to this little hidey hole. These little auto-scroller sections are, if you haven't caught on yet from the first 4 chapters, are usually the end of the chapter.
こっちは
そうまでして死にたかねえか。みっともねえ。裏切り者が身の程わきまえろや。
You'll notice that this stance is very similar to Brawler. Ow. It's not as clean as Brawler in this game. It's very rigid. In other games, his fighting style is a little less rigid. I don't remember if I did the salt yet, so I wanted to do it when I saw it. You'll notice I'm taking no damage as well. It's because of all those health bonuses from Legends Day. So my health bar is increasing, but it's not increasing on the screen. And it gets pretty insane how much health you can get as you get. I think the most I've ever upgraded it to is level 20. And even then, it's insane how much health you get. Okay, so throughout this whole section, I've got to beat these guys in the time limit provided for me. And it gets shorter and shorter. And I don't remember what the penalty is for not doing it. We might find out. 'Cause I don't normally do this in Legends games.
1分で来いって
Using a heat action there is nice because I can guarantee he dies, and the timer stops because I'm doing a heat action. The random people is a nice touch to this stuff.
こっちにいるぞ紫は通すん30秒だな了解
Nah, they were weak. We're good. I think 30 seconds is the lowest it gets. And no matter what, you still end up in a point where you have to fight with it.
30秒で来い
What? I hit the wrong button. Thought it was square. Ah, you fucker. I barely made that. You can kind of see the sliver of health that I've lost now on that health bar, so I lost enough to get to my health bar.
俺が片付けてやるよ夢はないぞ
The other nice thing about this stance is unlike Brawler, where I only have, that heat action is a Legend exclusive because it's an old Dragon Dojima execution, essentially. I got fucking popped. Bro! This is the other one I wanted to do. Because these two are Legend exclusives, so I wanted to get them done to add to my heat action thing. I don't know which actions I've done or which ones I haven't, so I just want to do what I know I haven't done. Got him. Ah, my back. It's itchy. And I did just unlock a bunch of heat actions for the other stances. Not a bunch, but some. I'll probably switch back to Brawler stance for the boss fight of this chapter. Just because the,
Yakuza に追われてるんでしょ
my stripper is calling me. How do you
そんな風
tell?
に街歩き回ってた
Other
ら
than she just came
ま
out
た
of
あ
a
んたさえ
stripper.
よかったら
何
うちの店ちょっと作りが特殊でさ裏から
なんで俺
あんたを追いかけてんのがいつも偉そうにしてさそいつらそれに若いいいよまあ他に当てがあるならいいけど
わかった
じゃあこっち来てもたもたしてると奴らに見つかっちゃうよ
A light in the end of the tunnel. What is it? Here's some heals, in case you needed them. I didn't need them, but I used one anyway because I wasn't at full health.
確かにあんたの店は変わってる。
店の前のオーナーが堅気じゃなかったみたいね。
この先は
劇場広場の方に繋がってる。でもどこかしら上に上がれる場所があるんだと思う。今頃堂島組はうちの店の周りに集まってきてるだろうから。
いつか街を自由に歩けるようになったら。
ごめんね。多分そんな日は来ない。
He's in on it. How did you get a motorcycle down in the sewers? This is a question I have to ask. Like, this is a sick scene. Also, Kuze. If you are wondering who the boss fight is. It's Kuze. If you're ever wondering who the boss fight is, it's Kuze. Why? Because we have to fight Kuze a lot. I think this is fight 4. Which this is the... It's all... I think we almost fight Kuze in every Kiryu section, I think. Damn near close. Because this is only the 4th chapter for Kiryu, and the 2nd section for Kiryu, and this is the 2nd time we fight Kuze. Kuze.
さっき飲んだな。あんたが仕向けたのか。お前に一ついいことを教えといてやる。極道ってのはな、ボクシングとは違え。喧嘩に負けたやつが敗者になるんじゃねえ。最後まで張り続けらんなかったやつが負けるんだよ。
You know, I would not be wearing nice shoes and nice fucking slacks like that down in the goddamn sewers. And unlike Kiryu, he had a choice to change. You threw your glasses into that nasty ass sewer water.
俺はな、キリ指の1本や2本なくそうが阿野や渋沢に頭取られようがそんなことは構えしねえんだ。命ある限り何度でも這い上がって
Kuze's song, this theme that you're hearing right now, one of the best themes in the Yakuza series as a whole, but definitely like probably I won't say it's the best song in this series, in this game, but it's like top 3 easy, if not a contender for number 1. Rain is probably my favorite, which I don't think we've heard yet because it's for technically it's just for imagine it's Legends thing. Legends thing. Yeah, Legends thing. We're gonna sumo slap. Got this guy on the fucking ground. You notice I'm kicking his ass, right? He's finally hit me. Holy shit. Legend stance is kind of good for stance breaking and stuff like that. The things that would have been hard earlier in the game, not as much anymore. That stance.
今俺をここで殺さなかったらな。
さっきあんたが言った通り、俺は極道を張り続けなかった半端もんだ。風間のおやっさんはきっとそれを見抜いてたから、俺が極道になることを許さなかった。本物の極道ってのは多分あんたみたいな男なんだろう。それでも俺は半端もんなりの意地、最後まで貫かせてもらう。
桐生、てめえ。
あんたが何度俺の前に立ちふさがろうがな。
So we made it out of the sewers. We have to smell like a sewer at this point, but Jesus. Listen to that bumping. Like an eyelash fell into my eye. That was weird. Didn't like that feeling. So we're in Deborah, if you didn't catch that sign. Little Easter egg. Oh, yeah. I
待ってたぜキリア。やっぱクゼナキはしくじったな。
何をしてるんだ。
Dude's got a hell of an accent.
見れやわかんだろ、踊ってんだよ。なあ。ゆうべはなんで電話してくれなかったんだよ。夜通しおめえからの電話待ってたんだぜ。何つまらなそうにしてんだ。おめえもこっち来て一緒に踊ろうぜキリア。
何を言ったんだ。あんた俺を殺そうとしてんじゃなかったのか。用がねえなら行かせてもらう。あんたのお遊びに付き合うつもりはない。
まあ待てキリュウ。俺はおめえに感謝してんだよ。
Anyway, like I was saying, Deborah's kind of a reference
風
to
間の
other
頭に
games.
クゼの兄貴。俺にとっちゃ目の上の単行部だった二人よ。
Even though it's not used that often outside of story stuff.
ほんとおめえは俺にとって
It does look drastically different from the other games, but there is a big reason for that,
俺はなキリュウ。
which we won't get into until we hit Kiwami because it'll be very obvious once we hit Kiwami.
助けてやりたいと思ったらどうせここでだってもうおめえに逃げ場はねえ。話ぐらい聞いてったらどうだ。
Yeah. The dancer kind of looks like Reina, just without the moles on the face. Beauty marks.
話ってのは何なんだ。
いやよ、ついこの前おめえがクゼの兄貴と揉めた後ぐらいによ、ゴルフ行ってきてな。甲州カントリークラブ。すげえいいコースだったよ。
何の話だ。
おめえは知らねえかもしれねえが、ゴルフ場ってのは飯がうめえ。コースの後
Dude
の
acts like
カ
a
レ
real
ーとサラ
Yakuza, don't he?
あれ覚えちまったら世の中の他の遊びがバカらしくなるぐらいだ。
世間話を聞くつもりはねえ。早く本題を言ったらどうだ。
やっぱりおめえさん青いな。世の中関係ねえと思えるようなことが実は重要なことだったりするもんなのによ。まあいい。そのゴルフの帰り寄ってきたよ。おめえと錦山の実家に。
まさか
風間の頭が面倒見てるって話だったからさぞかし豪華なとこだと思ってたが、ありゃ犬小屋だな。ひまわりだったか。初老の園長さんお元気だったよ。
お前ひまわりに何したんだ。
Sunflower?
まあ落ち着けって何もしてねえや。風間の頭の関係者だっつって100万ぽっち小遣いやったら涙流して喜んでたよ。いい人だなあの園長。
阿波野お前
おめえも自分のせいで何の罪もねえあの園長さんを悲しませるような真似したくねえだろ。とまあそういうことだ。今おめえが生き延びたところで逃げ場所はどこにもねえんだよ。おめえの友人関係から住んでるアパート、行きつけのラーメン屋から育った場所まで全部調べやついてる。まあ悪く思うな。昔から堂島組には役割があってな。組の絵描くのは風間組、喧嘩番長久世剣能会、面倒な事務方は渋沢組、そして俺は生涯、つまり脅し担当なんだよ。桐生、俺はクゼとは違う。極道としての生き方なんざどうでもいいと思ってる。いい飯食っていいもん身につけていい車でぶっ飛ばす。たまには女もつまみ食いしながらな。俺にとっちゃ極道なんて職業はそういった人生を楽しむための手段に過ぎねえ。
Dude tells it like it is. For a lot of people
こっちに来いや、キリ。
in the industry.
今あの不動産屋田島直、俺によりゃおめえは勝ち組。一生
That
楽
dancer
しく
just
暮ら
straight
せる。
disappeared, by the way.
そして売らなきゃ惨めに死んじまうだけだ。あの犬小屋から錦山と一緒に必死に這い出たばっかりなんだろ。ん？人生無駄にする必要はねえ。なあ？
脅しってのはそれだけか。
おめえ？てめえ。
話にならねえよ。
Suddenly she reappears. why she had to die for this?
おめえもこの女と同じになるぜ。
I don't know.
この店の前に100人はくだらねえで堂島組のもんが銃持って待ち構えてる。これでも俺仕事に抜かれねえんだな。さあどうするキリュウ。表に出て蜂の巣になるか、それとも俺と楽しい夢一緒に追いかけるか。答えはおめえに決めさせてやる。さあどうする。
決まってんだろう。俺は行く。あんたは揺さぶりをかけたつもりかもしれねえが、死ぬか生きるかは大した問題じゃね
え。何言ってんだて
めえ。あんたが楽しいかどうかで物事を決めるのと同じ。俺は好きか嫌いかで決めるだけだ。俺が行く理由はただ一つ。あんたと組むのが死ぬほど嫌だってこと。
It is a very basic reason.
なら撃たれる方がまだマシだ。
Would rather get shot in the head than work with you. I kind of feel that sentiment. Maybe not with Wano. I don't know Wano, but like in general. The phrase "don't bullshit a bullshitter." Like, that doesn't work in Kiryu's case, but he doesn't bullshit. But yeah. All you got to show for your actions is a dead, like a nice looking dead girl.
Kiryu!
錦。
早く乗れ。組の者に見られたらまずい。
だが。
いいから。
Feel something stuck in my nose, but I don't want to like dig it out. But it won't come out.
泡野に張り付いてりゃおめえが見つかると思ってた。ついてたよ。
錦分かってんのか。俺に関わるとお前もやべえ。
うるせえ。
I just keep sitting here like trying to blow it closer to the corner of my nose and it's not working. So that when I do blow my nose, it comes
組
out.
の連中が張ってる。とにかく今はカムロ町を出るしかねえぞ。
どこに向かう気だ。
とりあえず都内を出る。それでもまだ気は抜けねえが、時間は稼げるだろう。
It's annoying. Anyway, we're leaving Kamurocho now, apparently. Here you fell asleep. I don't think I've ever been the type of person to fall asleep in the car. Even more so now because I don't ride passenger. Ever. I prefer to be the one driving.
着いたぞ、桐生。
So there's that. But yeah.
錦。ここはどこなんだ。
さあな。適当に車走らせてきただけだ。やるか。
ああ。ま まだ借りっぱなしだった。
やるよ。もう返せなんて言わねえ。
そうか。
よく味わって据えよ、兄弟。そいつがお前の最後の一服だ。
何の真似だ。悪ふざけにしちゃたちが悪すぎねえか。なあ兄弟、
I think you can pull the
いい
trigger.
加減にしろって。
うるせえ。もうこうするしかねえんだよ。なんでこうなっちまったんだろうな。どっから歯車がずれた。
組の命令ってことなのか、錦。
そんなんじゃねえ。桐生、お前組の制裁で殺される人間がどういう目に遭うか知ってるか。堂島組ってとこは見せしめの死体を作る天才だぜ。人間がどの程度痛めつければ死ぬのかよく知ってる。それをとことん死なねえように殺すんだ。生かしたまんまできるだけ長く苦しむようにだ。生きたまま解剖されるような拷問されて散々痛めつけられた挙句、そして後になって見つかった死体はもう人間と呼べるようなもんじゃねえ。俺はな、桐生、兄弟としておめえにそんな死に方させられねえよ。堂島組に的にかけられるってのはそういうことなんだ。桐生、組織に目つけられて逃げ切ることはできねえ。
This bitch.
極道には時効もねえ。お前も分かってるはずだ。こうなっちまった以上、俺も極道としてはもうおしまいだ。風間のおやつさんもな。けどせめておめえがひでえ死に方するのだけは避けられる。人思いに死なせてやれる。今俺にできんのは
So
そ
you
れくらい
say,
しか。
but you're not even trying. Dude's been a negative Nancy since the beginning of the fucking game.
すまねえ兄弟。
ごめんない。
お前にここまでさせちまったのは俺のせいなんだな。兄弟、頼みがある。俺をここで弾いたら俺の首を手柄にしていつか組でてっぺん取ってくれ。
Use my death to become
約束してくれ。
the Tojo clan leader. Chairman,
頼んだぜ。
whatever you want it. It is chairman. But, you know, whatever.
なんだよ、こっちみんな見んじゃねえよ桐生。頼むから。
I would love,
情けねえ
like,
こと
it
言うんじゃ
wouldn't be
ね
a story about Kiryu,
え。そんなん
obviously,
じゃてっ
because
ぺん取れねえぞ。
Kiryu right now started as a Yakuza after the second chairman had passed. But I would love to have a story of the founding of the Tojo clan,
どうした？しっ
and
か
then
り
a
狙えよ。
story of the period of like the second chairman. So I don't know how long the period was of the first chairman versus the second chairman, but I do know that Kazuma
撃てるわけねえよ。
was in the clan during the second chairman's
やっぱり俺は
lifespan. So a game about Cosmo when he was younger would actually be kind of
極道と
fucking
して
legit. Even just a side game.
俺なんか今まで生きてこられたのもおめえがそばにいたからだ。
As for the first one,
ほら
just
おめえが一緒じゃなきゃ
there's
何や
so
っても
many
本
ideas
当
they
に意
could
味がねえんだ
do
よ。
on like the founding of the Tojo clan.
俺だって
And beyond that, they could even
同じさ。
do like stuff with the Omi clan that they've really not
お互い
touched. Which
まだ
is kind of
ガキだ
fun
ってこと
because
だ。
they've only focused on 2 protagonists. 3 technically,
つまらねえ火種つけちまった。
but I wouldn't consider
世
Majima.
話になったおやっさんにも迷
I
惑
guess
かけ
more
た。
than that, but
それ
every protagonist they've had
死んで
has
片付け
either
ちま
been
お
a
うなん
police
てよ。
officer of some sort
極道
or
がどうとか言う前に
affiliated with
結
the
局
Tojo
俺は
clan in some way, rather than the Omi.
半端なガキでしかね
So I get why they don't like do a game based on the Omi clan. I
人
just would
思い
love
に
to
死なせ
see
て
one.
やるなんて言い切ったくせにマジでダセえ
I
よ。
think the main problem with that
だよな。
is the games are focused on Kamurocho,
でも
and
いつまでもガキじゃいられ
even
ね
though
え。
Sotenbori's been built,
キリュウやっぱり
like,
二人で
the
何とか
Omi
して
clan isn't
錦。
just in Sotenbori.
今日ここであった
It's
ことは全部
huge
忘れろ。
and like spans
俺も
throughout
忘れる。
Osaka. So they could do a lot more and
俺は
bring
行くぜ。
a lot more to the table than
どう
just
する？
like the playgrounds of Japan,
カムロ町に戻る。
the few cities they've used.
俺にはまだやらなきゃ
But
な
now
ら
they're
ねえこ
doing
とがあるんだ。
pirates, so you know,
ダ
whatever.
メだってキリュウ
We could have
Oh, man.
fucking Yakuza in
本当に殺さ
actual
れちまうよ
America soon.
いや、
Like
お前にもらった
a
命
game where fucking
これでど
Kasuga
こ
or
までやれ
whoever
る
the
のか
next protagonist will end up
この
being.
目で
But it's
確かめ
probably
てやる。
Kasuga for a little while. A game with Kasuga in New York, fighting like the Italian
Mas
mob
俺から
or the Irish
け
mafia.
じめつけさせてく
That
れ。
would be kind of legit. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but it would be kind of legit.
お前と
Or
はこれ
actually
までだ。
going to like Seoul
今日限
or
り
other parts of like South Korea,
兄弟の縁を切らせてもらう。
meeting the legit
キリュウ
Korean
Go
mafias
Kurosaki.
or visiting China. Not that they're
Omae wa
ever
nidoto
going to do a game in China,
俺に関わるな。
but it would be kind of nice. If they did a game in China, it would be like ancient China, not modern China. I pretty much guarantee that. And chapter 6 is finally complete. Which means we're going back to Majima. Unfortunately, it also means that we're going to start the chapter, get into a new side story, and never finish it. So I hope you're ready for that. This one's a little bit faster
大
though,
阪
because I
蒼
don't have
天
to
堀
deal
の
with
夜を
the...
彩る
It
キ
is,
ャバ
but
レ
it's
ーグランドの
consistently
支
the
配
same
人
speed.
真島五郎
We'll go with that. Because there's no way to
その
lose
きらびやかな表
progress.
の顔とは裏腹に真島の運命は佐川という男の手に握られている
Not really, anyway.
3年前かつてカムロ町の極道だった真島は親の意向に逆らったことで組から存
So they
在を抹
did
消さ
kind
れ
of
ていた
mention one of the guys I was trying to talk about earlier.
やがて真島は極道へ復帰す
But
る
also
条件
not
として
really.
佐川からある人間の殺害を命じられる
So yeah, when we left
真
off,
島の標的と
This
な
is
った
what we
そ
were
の
doing.
人物の名は
Majima was ordered to kill
Makimura
Makoto,
しかし
and
彼女を
he
狙
was
う
told
極
it
道
was
た
a
ちの
man,
突然の出現に
but
より
that's when we find out
真
it's
島は
this chick.
思いがけず誠への殺意を失ってしまうそれは仕事を命じられた殺し屋にとって
And we also found out
許
that
される
she's
はずもない
blind
行為
during
だ
the
った
process of finding out that it was this lady. So he's been ordered to kill the blind lady, and he has no idea why. So that's fun. Or in the storage shed.
ええから入れ。
ちょっと
座れ。
Dusty. I don't think I ever noticed the dust before. It was a good
そうこや
touch.
古いソファーやらそこら中積まれとる。うろうろしたら怪我すんで。
何があったんです？なんで私がこんな。
そりゃこっちのセリフや。ヤクザ連中が名指しでお前狙おうとる。心当たりないわけないやろ。
そんなこと言われても。
牧村誠という名前はテレクラの女どもによう知られとる。そいつはコウモリの入れ墨の男を探しとるらしい。その牧村誠はお前なんか、それとも名前語っとった店長の方か。
それは
お前なんか、せやったらそれがヤクザに追われとる理由か。
知りません。私は何も。あなたは誰なんですか？
あ、俺か。しょうもない男や。
That's a good way to put it. Because you're not doing what you
人
were
一
told to
人
do.
殺すこともできん。最低の。
最低の何？
殺し屋や。
嘘。
牧村誠を殺せとだけ言われたんや。相手が目の見えん女とは知らされんかった。けどお前を狙ってたんは俺だけやなかった。お前って何者なんや。コウモリの入れ墨いうのは何や。なんでそいつを探っとった。いや、
リーさんはリーさんに合わせて。
あの店長はお前さらいに来てヤクザに撃たれた。
撃たれた。でもさっきはすぐ会えるって。
安心せえ。あの男何者かわからんが、撃たれる時ちゃんと急所外しとった。あの出血ならしな。
本当に？
用が済んだらあの男に会わしたる。けどその前に知ってることを洗いざらい話してもらうで。牧村誠。
Now the turns have tabled.
私を殺しに来たんなら。
This story actually sets up like a lot of the personality traits that you've
お
come
前は
to
殺されたいんか。
find interesting in Majima if you played the other games before this. Because there were 5 games before this one. I've mentioned that before. This came out after Yakuza 5 and before Yakuza 6.
お前生かしとることがバレたら、お前も俺
And
も
Majima has some
俺の
very
雇いに消
interesting
される。
quirks in those games. But he also has some interesting romance stories.
なんで
or
お前が
one
狙われ
romance
とるか
story.
が分かれば、 少しはやりようがあるかもしれん。
Has nothing to do with this one, but this one lays the groundwork for his
なんでその
personality
男を探しとる。
to make all of what Majima is in those games make sense.
そいつがヤクザ雇ってお前を狙ったかもしれんのや。今更隠してもしゃあないで。
Kiryu's story is great and all. Learning where he came from is fun, but learning how
入れ墨の話なら
Majima became Majima is really what this game is about.
リーさんに聞いてください。そうすればわかりますから。
本当やろな。その話もっと早い言えや。いくら急所外しとっても銃で撃たれたんや。出血多量で死んでしまうかもしれんやろ。
あなたさっき大丈夫って。
嘘も方便ちやつや。ええか、死にたなかったらこっから出るんやない。絶対やぞ。
I mean, that's kind of a fucked thing to say when you told her you were gonna kill her, but at the same time, you didn't kill her. So I guess it's fair.
例の一つくらい言うてったらどうや。
Oh, hey, Zoro.
山形、朝早くにすまんかったな。
I forget that he's in
オ
this
デッ
game
セイでもほ
sometimes.
とんど使わん物置や。あんなんであんたに菓子作れんなら安いもんやで。
So I've got new sub-stories now, that's a thing.
女閉じ込めるために部屋貸せなんて。あんたもええ趣味してんな。
女のことは他言無用や。
大胆な男やな。そんなもんライバル店の支配人に頼むことかいな。俺がこの秘密触れ回るとは思わんのか。
このことがある筋に知れたら、俺はこの町におれんようになる。もしそうなったら、あんた困るやろ。
ああ、
So 6
グランドとオデッ
are
セイっちゅう店が張り合うてこその
on
蒼
the
天盛
right,
りや。
and then this one is this one.
どっちかの店だけになれば、町自体の客足どんだけ減るやろな。野球と一緒や。一強だけのリーグ戦で客は呼べん。オデッセイだけで試合は盛り上がるんで。
なるほど。
Okay, so there's only there's two sub-stories I can do in Chapter 7.
あん
Easily.
たの秘密の趣味は
The
俺
rest
の
takes
胸
some
にしま
time.
っとくわ。
And when I say easily, I just mean I can do them. Not that
忘れ
they're
んといて
easy.
や。ああ、せや。真島藩。
あ
あんた、キャバクラには行かはりますか。
Okay, so he's gonna tell me about cabaret
ああ
clubs.
最近増えてきとるらしいの。グランドやオデッセイみたいなキャバレーとは少しちゃうらしいが。
せや。キャバレーのように時間制のお会計で高級クラブ並みの接待を受けられるっちゅうんで、キャバクラ言うようになったんや。
まだ行ったことないが、それが
ほな一度行ってみたらええ。蒼天堀の夜の帝王がキャバクラ知らんやなんてよそに知れたら笑われます。
そんなええもんなんか。
ええ。これからは間違いなくキャバクラの時代や。男も女も必ずキャバクラに流れる。キャバレーは持ってあと数年ってとこやな。
It is funny how that comes up
そこま
because
で
it's
言うんやったら、あんたも
kind
キ
of
ャ
a
バクラ
hit
やったらええ
at
やないか。
the rest of the games.
台所来るし言うても、そんくらいの金あるやろ。
もうやったわ。けどあかんかった。
なんやと。
ま、いっぺん見てきたらええ。あんたにもすぐにわかるはずや。キャバクラを制す者を夜の街を制する。その言葉の意味がな。ちいと喋りすぎましたわ。ほな。
Alright. So now I gotta go to the Dragon and Tiger. Do I have my... Oh, I do have both binders on this character. That's good. This telephone I need to go to.
しばきましたら
Got him.
何食うとったらそんなになんねん。
Alright, I have that. I'll keep that gun and I'll put these guns away. Fuck, I didn't think I needed to sneeze. Okay. Where'd my Sakura Storm go? That is something I need. And I need some other things I don't have. I can put this gun away too. So now we need to go, I think it's that. It was this payphone. But it's not, it didn't pop up yet for some reason. Which I'm fine with that. It might be later in the game. First we're gonna go up to the Dragon and Tiger. I did all my training with Majima, right? Yeah. So I don't have to do any training with Majima, which is fantastic. Izakaya. There's Club Venus. That's all I have to say about that for right this moment. Alright. First thing we're gonna do is equipment search, East Asia, underground market, I don't see how that guarantees. Oh, I'm not doing the right number. I'm gonna up that a little bit so that I don't have to wait. My brain just like lost itself because I've got 5 bill on this guy and I thought it was 5 trill. I'm missing numbers there. Alright, so I have the Chinese broadsword. That's one of the things I needed. I don't need the doubles. I don't need the Cali sticks. Now I need the equipment search in South America. Alright, so that'll be that. And I got tourmaline. Which I needed. I don't want the Bagnaka. Alright, so I need those for the sub-story that didn't pop up. Did I max out everything? I think I did. Yeah. You don't need nearly as much money with Majima to max shit out. Now you can get that money, but it won't be until later that you can really get that money. Don't want it, fuck off, boy. The only other sub-story I can do with Majima is, I don't know if I can do it yet, that's the problem. Because the rest of them in Chapter 7 require the side story. And they will be the longest tutorials for me to do, which is why chapter 7 is going to take me a hot minute. But, because I actually enjoy Majima Side Story. It's less boring. Like, there's more to do with it, so it's not as boring. But it can be a little monotonous watching it, I suppose. Oh, I'm at Urahime, so let's get fucked up real quick, shall we?
いらっしゃいませ。
Urahime is complete. It's one easy CP that I have 94 CP. We'll worry about that in a minute because I don't have the the side story yet. I might have to do this first part. But we're gonna go over to Hoshin Kaikan. Very bloody.
誰お前何しに来た黙っとったら何もわからんで
私関係ないリーさんの着替え取りに来ただけ
リーの着替え
If you didn't know,
ほなお前ここの店長の居所知っとるのか
this series and
リーはどこにおる無事なんか
certain literatures in general aren't very nice about how they portray
おっさん医者か
この辺りの中国人みんな私の病院来るリーさんも夕べ駆け込んできた
そんな病院どこや
いやでも
俺はリーの味方や先生あんたここにおったマコという女知っとるか
マコト知ってるよリーさんあの子のこととても心配してる
俺はその女に頼まれてリーに会いに来たんや、せやからあんたの病院どこにあるか教えてくれ
We are going to probably How long has it been?
あいよ言わんと痛い目見るで
わかったよ
We'll go till 4
私の病院
hours and then I'll take a
小
break
福町西
and
に
we'll
ある
see if I
ジ
get
ャンバ
back
ラ
on
や
or
って
not
ジャンソ
I'll probably get back on
いつも
because I
そこ
don't
で
see
患者
myself
見て
getting
る
on tomorrow
ジャン
unless
ソ
I
ーで
get
病
on
院
late
闇医者っちゅうことか
But
もう行っていいか
we'll see
いや俺が探しとることリーには内緒なんや
Smack the
し
shit
ばら
out
く
of
寝
him
とれ
Alright Jambalaya Not exactly a name you would expect from an 80s Japanese place since it sounds Cajun. Dude, why can't I do this? Why do I have to go do this other shit first? It makes me sad. Stuck on a plant. It's looking like it's gonna hit like 4 hours around the time I get to start the cabaret club. Which if it, spoiler alert, the side story is a cabaret club.
おお、そろそろ
なんやと。
そない怖い顔すんなや。
あんた俺が来ることお見通しやったっちゅうんか。
まあ想定の範囲内やな。わしをただのハリシと思わん方がええで。ゴッドハンドやさかいな。ああ、あかんあかん。そんなん通るわけないやろが。そのとん当たりや。
うわ、そりゃないよリさん。
お前下手すぎや。もうええ。そこの新顔と変われ。あんたもええやろ。せっかくこないなところまで来たんや。わしは一度な、殺し屋っちゅう人種と麻雀打ってみたかったんや。
They don't make you play mahjong, thank God. But
怪我人にしちゃ元気そうにしとるやないか。
it is funny that it gets brought
ア
in.
ホ抜かすな。死ぬほど痛いわ。腕が動かへん。あんたと変わってやりたいわ。
あんたあの女がどないなったか聞かんのか。
誠が死んどったらわしを探す理由なんてあらへん。生きとんのやろ。お前まだいっぺんも人殺したことないな。顔見りゃわかるんやで。一線越えんで踏ん張っとるっちゅうとこや。人を殺せん男がなんで殺し屋なんかやっとるんやな。
顔を見ただけで何がわかるっちゅうねん。
オンドレみたいなアマちゃんが生きったところで誰もビビらんでいい。わしにはわかるんや。なんでも。それ論や。悪いな。誠は怪我しとらんのやろな。
なあ、女は無事や。安心せえ。
そうか。そしたらあれか。お前がここ来たんは自分が生き残る策を探ろうっちゅうことか。下手打った殺し屋が雇い主に殺されんようにな。
言うとくけどな、俺はまだあの女殺さんと決めたわけやない。俺以外にもあの女狙ってた連中がおったな。あんたの体に銃で穴開けたヤク
I
ザど
just
も
want answers, goddammit.
それがどないした。
奴らはなんであの女狙うとる。
そんなもんお前の雇い主に聞けや。そいつも誠狙っとんのやろ。
女が狙われとんのはお前らがコウモリの入れ墨嗅ぎ回ってるせいなんとちゃうか。
さあどうやろな。
リさん大丈夫だったか。応援かき集めてきたよ。そいつリさん狙ってる。
なかなか楽しかったで。
まだ話は終わっとらん。俺が敵か味方もわからんやろが。それでもやるんか。
敵か味方かわからんのやったら殺した方がマシや。それがこの町の中国人の流儀やで。
Relatively good way to do things, I suppose.
お前ら遠慮選んでぶちかましたれ。
Feel sorry for these guys. I've got 10% of the money that Kiryu has right now. If you're
なる
like
ほ
keeping
ど。
track, by the way.
出来損ないの殺し屋っちゅうわけでもないか。ちーと甘く見とったわ。
I didn't mean to hit that
あ
button.
んたらの島を荒らす気はない。あの女がなんで狙われとるか知りたいだけや。
誠の狙われる理由がコウモリの入れ墨の男や言うんやったら多分関係ないで。
なんでそないに言い切れる？
誠から何も聞いとらんねやな。
あの女がお前に聞け言うたんや。
あの子は自分の口から言いたないだけや。
どういうことや？
あの子はな、コウモリの入れ墨の男のせいで目が見えんようになったんや。
何？
誠は2年くらい前初めて大阪に出てきた。身寄りも行くあてもないただの18歳の女の子でな。住み込みのホステスやったりいろんな職を転々としとったらしい。せやけどそれは蒼天堀の裏社会にとっては格好の餌食やった。
格好の餌食？
せや、誠に近づいてきた悪い男がおってな。口八丁で誠に身寄りがないこと嗅ぎつけると急に人が変わったそうや。あの子が逃げられんようどこぞの俺に監禁した。
そいつは何の目的でそないなことを？
金や。金に決まっとるやろ。コウモリの入れ墨の男は誠を金で売り飛ばしたんや。ある韓国系の組織にな。そっから毎日あの子が朝から晩まで何させられとったかは皆まで言わん。ただあの子の目が見えんようになったのはそれが原因や。極限状態のストレスから来る心因性視覚障害。火も刺さんような暗がりであの子が自分の目で最後に見たんがそのろくでなしの腕にあるコウモリの
It's an
入れ墨。
interesting silhouette, but we'll circle back on that
くそ
later in
悪
the
い
game.
話や。
そんな誠をわしが拾ったんがつい半年くらい前や。
あんたらはその復讐のために
Around this
コウ
point,
モリの
I
入れ
had
墨を探し回っとるっちゅう。
suspicions on who the man with the
誠は
tattoo
自分
was,
と同じ目に遭うやつを
but I wasn't entirely
他に
sure.
作りたないんやと。なんやったらわしが確実に殺したるけどな。コウモリの入れ墨皮ごと剥ぎ取ったる。けどこれで分かったやろ。言うてもコウモリの入れ墨は街で自分の顔さらして女さらう程度の小物や。そいつが今誠の狙われとる理由とは思えん。チンピラに雇われてあないぎょうさんヤクザは動かんやろ。
せやったら他に心当たりはないんか？
ないな。わしの話はこれでしまいや。
あの女は小福町通りの春ビルの中におる。オデッセイいう店が倉庫に借りとる場所や。
お前わしに誠返してもうてええんが。誠のこと殺さんで雇い主とどないなしつけんねん。殺されんで。それに誠も結局代わりの殺し屋に追われるだけや。
せやったらどないせっちゅうねん。
逃げきれんこともないで。一つだけわしらもお前もヤクザから逃げきれる手がある。せやけどそれは劇薬じみた手や。大事なもん守るためにはそれに見合う犠牲が
Dude
必要
has
にな
seen
る。
some shit and done
あ
some
んたの
shit.
協力も必要や。
俺の協力？
せや。ただわしの考え聞く前にやるかやらんかこの場で答えてもらわなあかん。でどんなことでもやるか。そんだけの覚悟があんたにあるか。
どの道このままやったら俺はしまいや。
やるかやらんか聞いとるんや。どうなんや。
ええやろ。やったるわ。
そうか、わかった。せやったらあんたは誠んとこにはよ帰り。今日んとこはあの子の面倒を見たってくれ。わしには急いでやらなあかんことができた。
何する気なんやあんた。
目処がついたら教える。それまでは秘密や。この先あんたと連絡つけるにはどないしたらええ？
キャバレーグランドや。夜になったらそこにおる。俺はそこの支配人や。
ほんまか？あんたがあのグランドの？
飲み代は心配すな。俺のおごりや。
わかった。とにかく夜になったら連絡する。あんた、名前は？
真島五郎や。
Now they want me to go back to Makoto. What? Sometimes the controls just don't make sense whenever the camera changes, and I forgot about that. And it's not like I can't lean into it, but like sometimes it won't let you change, and that might just be the delay because I'm not used to that happening. But sometimes it won't let me change the pivot my controls. But I think it's more the reasoning of fuck, my brain just died. I'm still holding the movement controls from when the camera transitioned, so it's still trying to move the way the camera transitioned, but it doesn't work that way.
おとなしくし
So
と
I
った
gotta let
か。
go and then use the controls again. Oops, I'm skipping dialogue, I don't know why.
あいつは一発二発撃たれたとこで死ぬ玉やないな。ピンピンしとった。
そっか、よかった。でもそれじゃあの話も全部聞いたの。
That I did.
ああ。長いことえらい目に遭うたんやなお前。いや今も似たようなもんか。自分殺しに来た男とボロい倉庫に缶詰や。けどコウモリの入れ墨のことは多分お前が狙われとる理由とちゃう。リーもそう言うとった。
そう。
辛いこと思い出させたな。少しやけど俺もお前に似たとこがあるんや。俺は片っぽだけやが目が見えん。それだけやない。いつ死んでもおかしない場所で俺も長いこと監禁されとった。
I'm just like you. Not really. Because Lee was
お前に比
implying a
べ
lot
た
of
ら
fucked up shit that
天国
happened
みたいな
here.
もんやるけどね。
But at the same time,
俺には片目残っとった。
sexual versus violent.
お前よりだい
Because
ぶマシや。
Majima went through some shit too. Both
こん
kind
な
of
ん
fucked
言う
up.
ても
Different.
慰めにならんか。
Kind of different reasons. I don't know if I could say one of them is worse though.
そのなんや
Honestly.
かえって余計なこと言うたな。
I wouldn't want to be in either one of their shoes. If we're
ああ、せや
being completely
腹減ったん
honest.
とちゃうか。なあ、ゆうべから何も食うとらんもんな。
大丈夫。
アホ、大丈夫なわけないやろが。腹減っとるからそんなに落ち込むんや。元気ない時は食うに限るで。な。すぐ食うもん買うてきたる。なんか欲しいもんあるか。
Okay, I don't think this is the takoyaki achievement, but I'm gonna look real quick.
たこ焼き。
なんや、やっぱり腹減っとるんや
If
ない
it
か。
is, I
わ
might
かった。
skip it.
ちょ待っとけ。ええな。
I don't even know what I would do for 10 minutes. I think the takoyaki achievement is later in the game. So, I've been trying to do all of the missions. All of the trophies that are missable. This is that point. So I don't know if I want to do this. Let's go over here real quick. I want to check this. Right, so 12, 15, 19, 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, and 39. So 39 go to business. So let me get these because I want to run. Then I can buy a money magnet, I can buy socks of fortune, and I can buy treasure hunter boost. I'm one short now. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm gonna get it while I'm doing the side shit, so it's fine. But... Alright, so I don't think I'm gonna do this achievement. We're not gonna platinum the game anyway, so it's fine. You know what I will do, actually? I'll save the game. And I'll run a second save. So I will have a save at this chapter if I want to go back and get the achievement at some point. I don't know why I would, because this is my third profile on PlayStation. Just so that you guys could see achievement pop-ups and I could play it as clean as possible. Like, as fresh as possible, given I've already beaten the game before.
じゃあ魚は
らっしゃいませ。ありがとうございます。
The achievement, if you caught it while I was looking, was to wait 15 minutes before bringing the takoyaki back. I don't even know what I would do for 15 minutes, so we're not going to do that. I guess I could look at my CP list. Like, what could I do? In adventure, there is Vincent is Kiryu, Dream Machines, food, taxis, scatter. I can't scatter money yet. Defeat enemies, I could do that. Help victims. Use heat actions. Different heat actions, break objects, fire a weapon. There's some things I could do. But I can't. And then there's all this that I could do. I want to pretend that this page doesn't exist, though. Got a sacrificial stone, that's not bad. Load the bundle of boxes. Anyway, I don't even know what videos I've watched already, and which ones I don't have. I don't have my list anymore, so that's a problem. I don't. This isn't help. This works. We're gonna go over there and watch some of the videos. Like, we're just gonna go through them all and mark down like what position they are, so that I know which ones I've watched. I got that issue with the cards too. I don't know where my notebook is, so I don't know what cards I have now. So I'll have to go back through and do that again. So, video 4. Please hold. I'm just writing a lot. It's but 30 videos. And I don't actually want to watch the videos, I just want to go through them. The other thing about this achievement is I don't know if it counts the time I'm in like, areas like this. Or in menus. I don't think it does. It might count these, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember how to get all the videos, so I gotta look into that at some point if I want to actually finish this CP. But we're here now, so we're going to do it. I know Marina is a new unlock because that came from finishing the financial thing. As I've mentioned before, a lot of the characters in the game are based on like JAV actors and stuff like that, which is interesting. And that's a common occurrence in the Yakuza series. Although they've branched out from just JAV stars to just like influencers. I don't remember who that was. Fuck. Is that 8? That was 7 or 8. I think it's 8. I've watched 16 of these, so like some of these are going to be repeats. I just don't remember which ones. A lot of these are going to be repeats. I could have counted them. That was 8. So 4, 14. Oh, I have a lot. Holy shit. There's a few I definitely haven't watched yet. I'm only missing 6, it looks like. Which is weird, because I thought I got some of them from the Club Czar stuff. I know I get one from Club Czar, but it looks like I don't get a bunch of them from Club Czar, which is interesting. I don't remember who these guys are. Most of my... This might actually be Club Czar. Fuck. Because I'm not seeing 5 specific people that I know have videos. One of my... Oh, we'll get into that when we get to it. 5 of the videos should be from Club Czar, and then the last one might also be from Club Czar. Which would actually be a good thing, because I could knock it all out really fast. I wish there was a way in-game to show me which ones I'd watched though, because there isn't. And it kind of upsets me. Because I wouldn't have to do this, and I don't know where my paperwork went. I forget where I put that notebook that I had all the cards and stuff checked off on. I think Erica's one I haven't watched yet, because that was unlocked at pool, I think. One of them was unlocked at pool, I think. Actually, I could... Yakuza 0 videos. Okay, so all of the ones that I have are from... that I don't have are from, my side story. I'm missing 6, and yeah. The real question is, could I remember where all of these girls were in the game? And the answer is no. I can't. I remember where a few of them are, but not all of them. Some of them are obviously. Like Marina, and the 6 that are hidden are also obvious. Some of them are easy to remember, like Iori. Kyoko and Iori, because they were in Luca. And Kokoa, I think was a side story. But Iori was a side story, Kyoko was a side story, Reika was a side story, Luca is Club Sega, and I forget the other Club Sega one. But yeah, Reika was the Sugar Daddy one. Why I remember that one, I don't know. Luca is... Oh, Kyoko was the other Sega one. And Amari was Mockball.
いらっしゃいませ。
Anyway, yeah, they're all somewhere in the game. It's just remembering where they are. If you want to do that. We're currently just trying to get the 15-minute achievement, if it wasn't obvious. I might as well clean up some CP stuff I didn't do before. Because I don't see myself getting limit break on either character, but if I do, it would be nice. Because I don't really want to do certain minigames. Like, I get very save scummy with stuff like Oichikabu and Koi and stuff like that. Just to make sure I don't waste my time on it. Which... they are fun, so we might fuck around with it. We'll see. And obviously I've still got a lot of battle CP I can do with Majima, because I haven't done very many battles with him, it seems. Especially compared to Kiryu. Alright, after I finish this page I'm going to see where I'm at. And if I'm at 24, then I'm done. Otherwise I've still got to find the other ones that I'm missing. Which I think I'm still missing some, but I can hope I'm not. But yeah. Once we get to the club, we're gonna call the stream, because I want to eat. I am hungry. And then after I eat, I will figure out if I want to play more or not. There's a good possibility I do more, but we will see. Alright, so... minigames... was it minigames? I don't know if it was. Kind of a weird thing to be under the minigames. 22. I'm missing 2. I don't know which 2. I don't think it's I, because I was doing karaoke at with Kiryu. Or no, it was Majima. So it could have been I. Now is probably one of them, because I just did that story.
ありがとうございました。
Maybe Riri? I don't remember where that sub-story was in the game.
いらっしゃいませ。
Let's do now real quick. So now it's 26. And then we'll do Riri and check and... If those are it, that's perfect. Otherwise I'll keep plugging away until I find it. So far I have hit... I should be very, very close to 15 minutes.
いらっしゃいませ。
If they're counting all this time. That's the thing. I don't think they're counting any of this. So, you know.
ありがとうございました。
Okay, those were the two. I had a feeling. Alright, so I have all the videos caught up now. I can't get that, I can't do that. So that should... I was looking into it and I should have gotten the cold takoyaki. Like, it's supposed to change once it gets cold. So I think all that video time didn't help me, unfortunately. There's Club Mercury. Oh god. I don't want to fight away. There's no reason to fight away. So, you know, it is what it is. I already sunk time into this, so I'm a little annoyed. But it is what it is. How? Why are you over here now? I'm gonna go down here. Right, I don't really want to do this, but
いらっしゃいませ。
I am bad at poker. I'm bad at gambling in general, but let's fuck around and find out, I guess. I don't want the cheap table. That wasn't the cheap table. That's insane. Alright, so the minimum is... It's fine. Alright, I do this very, Oh god. That's awful. Okay, let's do it. That was terrible. What is nice is the negatives don't count against you towards the completion list, so I don't really have to reload, which is helpful. But not because I didn't get anything from that. You know what I mean? The only reason I'm grabbing 2,000 chips is so that I can double down. What do I have? Ew.
Double down.
We're gonna leave. We're gonna lose the chips, that's fine. We're gonna leave. I'm only here to fucking try and get my takoyaki without standing around for 15 minutes, but like I got it 22 minutes ago. So it should have been done already. You know what I mean?
Double down.
Yeah, I'm not good at it. It's not that I'm not good, it's just I don't want to play like a normal blackjack game in a game like this. I want to play as aggressively as possible, which is not good, but it is what it is. Anyway, if I go out here and I still have hot takoyaki, I don't care anymore. So I will just do it later. Oh, there it is. Can I get new ones? That's the question. I don't want to give her cold takoyaki, but I did want the achievement. I think I've gotten every missable achievement so far. Yes, actually. Then I've got one. I don't have another one for 3 chapters. So at the end of Kiryu's next section, which is fine. Alright. I now have hot takoyaki to give her, so we'll go back to her. My brain just fried for a moment. That was insane. I'm really just trying to get to the side story, and then we're gonna call it. I'm surprised it's taken me this long to get there. I forgot that there was this much to do before I get there. Anyway.
おう、買うてきたで。たこ焼きや。
ありがとう。
少しは落ち着いたんか？
でもお腹空いた。
それでええんや。人間腹に物を入れんと力が出ん。待っとけ、今食わしたるわ。あ？
あなたは目どうしたの？その片目がなんで見えなくなったのかなって。
ああ、俺の場合は怪我っちゅうかな。事故みたいなもんで
Not entirely
完
true,
全に
but
潰れてもう
not
だ。
entirely
そ
wrong.
んな。
もう一つの目は残っとる。別にそれで十分や。
かわいそう。
な？アホか。お前の方がよっぽどやろ。
私の目は心因性だからいつか治るかもってリーさんが。
そうなんか？なら望みはまだあるっちゅうことやな。よかったやないか。
Yeah, not like me.
あなたの目は
I'm a goddamn cyclops.
もう慣れとる。そない不自由しとらんわ。せいぜい男前が台無しになっただけや。
男前なんだ。
目が揃っとったらな、お見せできんのが残念やで。ほんま
残念。
God.
少しは笑えるようになったか。なんやお前、時計しとるんか？見えへんのにけったいなやっちゃ。
まあね。でも可愛いでしょ。
せやから見えへんのやろうちゅうとるやろが。まったく。
分かってるよ。でもね、これオルゴールの曲が鳴るの。それがまた可愛くって癒されるんだ。
どないの音や？
今は鳴らない。だって時計が壊れてるから。
なんやねん。
でも捨てられないものってあると思わない？他人から見れば全く意味がないけど、自分にとっては
Yeah,
なんだかすごく
that
大
makes
切
sense.
っていうか。目が見えなくなって時間もわからなくなって時計も壊れて音も出なくなって。だから分かってるよ、そんなもの必要ないって。でも私がまだ元気だった頃の証なの。
I feel like it's more than that though.
私は本当に。
お前、
でもまたあのオルゴールの音聞いてみたい。
わかるで。捨てられんかったら持っとりゃええ。持っとりゃきっといつかええことある。
いつかいいことか。
どないした？
やっぱり違うよね。そんなものにこだわってるから、いつまで経っても私には現実が見えてないんだ。
お
いいの、ありがとう。あなたの気持ちは嬉しいよ。感謝してる。
いそうやない。お前が必要やと思うんやったら必要なんや。本当にそう思うんやって。
大丈夫。私強くなる。強くならなきゃ。
That phrase is such an interesting phrase. Because it's... How do you quantify that, really? And is it really strength in another person's eyes? Because, like, the strength of character is such a subjective
まだ言うとら
thing.
んかったけどな。
Some things people see as
なんややるこ
strong,
とがあ
other
る言うと
people
ったわ。
see as
それが済んだら
cruel or
ここに
unusual.
迎えに来させる。それまでもう少しの辛抱や。
And on the flip side, some things people see as strong and useful, other people see as
どこ
pointless
か
or
行
weak.
くの？
So it's very, very strange. It's such a vague
そろ
and
そろ仕事の時間なんや。
hard to quantify thing.
佐川って名前に聞き覚えあるか？近江連合の極道や。
知らない。
そうか。佐川も誰かに頼まれただけかもしれんな。けどなんでお前みたいなんが極道に狙われるんや。
あなたはその佐川って人に脅されてるの？
似たようなもんやな。けど俺はお前を殺すことで褒美をもらえることになっとった。登場会に戻れるっちゅうな。
登場会？
いや、お前は知らんで英語で。
じゃあもしこのまま私を殺さずにいたら、あなたはそのヤクザに殺されるの？
大丈夫や。リーのおっさんがなんや考えがある言うとった。うまくいったらお前も俺ももう殺されんで済むっちゅう話や。
本当に？
お前んとこの店長やろ。信じたれや。ほな、仕事が終わったらまた来るで。ええな。
うん。
I can only imagine what that would be like in a day-to-day where you know you're being hunted to be killed specifically. But like you can't do anything. Oh yeah, we're where I wanted to be. Perfect. We'll start this. So, yeah, I kind of used that to manipulate the AI. Alright. Club Sunshine.
いかがですかお客さん。ちょっと遊んでいかれませんか？
ん？
No.
私この店の店長のヨーダと申します。今なら当店ナンバーワンの女の子をお付けできますよ。いかがです？
Sunshine, huh? Didn't know there was a spot like this tucked back in this part of town.
この店はキャバレーか？
いえ、うちはキャバクラになります。
キャバクラか。ちょうどええわ。まだ遊んだことあらへんねん。
でしたらこの機会にぜひ。楽しいですよ、キャバクラ。
わかった。案内頼むわ。その代わりちゃんとナンバーワンの子つけてくれや。
もち
I
ろ
wish
ん
the
で
song
す。
didn't
さ
loop
あ
for
どう
like
ぞ
the
こ
first
ちら
10
に。
seconds of it. Man, I've been to livelier graveyards than this. Not a soul in here sides me. Majima's a
お客
great
様
voice
お
for me
待たせ
because
しまし
he's
た。
like got the Osakan dialect. The
当店ナンバーワン女ゆきちゃんです。
the very slangy dialect.
どうもユキです。
I was about to say country,
よろし
and
く
I
お願い
guess
し
it's
ます。
country compared to Tokyo, but like
よろしくな。
Osaka's one of the biggest cities in Japan, so it's hard to call them country. But they have a very like Kansai dialect is very
それ
very
では
different.
乾杯しましょうか。
うん。
乾杯。すみません。私こんなんで。
あ
I
あ、い
know
や
you're not
別に
either.
ええけど、でもほんまにあんたナンバーワンなんか？
ええ、一応。ただこの店に在籍してる女の子、私を含めて3人しかいないんですけどね。
3人？ちょっと少なすぎやろ。道理で寂れてるわけやな。
はい。ちょっと前まではそれなりに繁盛してたみたいなんですけど、5スターが現れてからはずっとこんな感じで。
5スター？なんやそれ？
蒼天堀5スター。蒼天堀のキャバクラを牛耳っている人気キャバクラ店5店舗のオーナーたちの総称です。彼らが蒼天堀に出店してからこの辺りにたくさんあったキャバクラはどんどん閉店に追いやられてしまって。
閉店ってどうしてや？そんなに人気なんか？その5スターっちゅうやつらの店は。
もちろん5店舗はどれもすごい人気です。ただ閉店に追いやられた理由はそれだけじゃなくて。
それだけじゃない？なんや？
簡単に言うと嫌がらせですかね。
嫌がらせ？
もう嫌がらせするのもいい加減にしてくださいよ。毎日朝から晩までいたずら電話したり営業中に騒いで邪魔をしたり、
God,
もう
the
うん
term
ざりです
prank
よ。
calling I haven't heard since I was
健全な勝負
well, I
で
guess
負け
the
るなら
last time
納
I
得し
played
ますけ
this,
ど、
but like
こ
in
んなやり方
like
卑怯
person
ですよ。
that was a term that was dying out before I
失
grew
礼
up.
な人
I
です
kind of heard it
ね。
on TV and shit.
その嫌がらせをやっているのが我々だという証拠はどこにあるんです？ないでしょ
なんやあいつ？
あれがさっき言った
The rotund
蒼
of
天堀
fun.
5スターですよ。
ほん。
A great way to call him a big boy.
あいつは蒼天堀5スターの一人、クラブマーズ店長の日野と
Club
いう
of
男で、
Mars, which I didn't
Club
mention
Mars
that
は
today, but I
こ
did
の辺り
mention
のお
Club
客さんをほぼ
Mars
独占しているお店で、
last time we
近
were
所にあ
playing
るうちの
Majima's
店に
section of the
圧
game
力をかけ続けているんで
in
す。
like chapter 3 or 4.
ほん。
証拠なんかないけれど、あんなひどいことをやるのはあんたたちに決まってるだろう。うちの店が立ち退けばこの蒼天堀のキャバクラが全て5スターのものになる。あんたの狙いはそれなんだろ
う。なんだ、そこまで分かってるんですか。なら話が早い。さっさと立ち退いてくださいよ。もちろん今ならそれ相応の立ち退き費用と謝礼はお支払いしますよ。ただこれ以上立てつくようなら話は別ですがね。こんな薄汚れた店に金を出してやると言ってるんだ。悪い話じゃないでしょ。
断る。あんたらのせいでどれだけの同業者たちが苦しんだと思ってるんだ。あんたらみたいな卑怯で汚い連中に蒼天堀は独占させない。
さすがはかつて人気店だったサンシャインの店長。他の店のように簡単には落ちないみたいだね。まあ今日は引き上げましょう。ただ 次会う時には結論を聞かせてもらいます。
何度来ても同じだ。私の結論は変わらない。
頑固ですね。まあそう言わずにまたご挨拶させてくださいよ。ああ、そうだ。
I did not see this earlier. Let's just
そういえばあなたの娘さん東京に住んでいらっ
get
しゃ
that
るん
out
で
of
す
here. We
ね。
don't need that.
いやー可愛くてびっくりしましたよ。
Thank you for wasting your time.
それにしても心配ですよね。あんな可愛い娘さんがもし万一誰かに襲われたりしたら。
お前、娘に何かする気か。
さあ、私は別に何も。ただそういうことをする輩がいないとも限らないですよね。このご時世ですから。くれぐれもお気をつけて。ではまたお伺いしますゆえ。
くそ、私はどうすればいいんだ。
店長、
どうすればいいんだろ
う。いろいろ大変みたいやな、店長。
店長、
お客さん、すみません。お恥ずかしいところをお見せして。
気にするな。それにしてもなんなんやあいつ。
see my leg bobbing
蒼
just
天
from
堀
the
5
blanket
スター
moving.
だ
It's
ったか。
insane.
なんであんたの店をそこまで狙ってるんや。
蒼天堀5スターはお互い手を組んで蒼天堀のキャバクラを全て自分たちの店だけで独占しようとしているんです。もともと蒼天堀にはキャバクラという勢いのある新しいビジネスの波に乗るべくたくさんの店が出店していて栄えていました。しかし彼ら5スターは手段を選ばず、金を使った引き抜きや嫌がらせ、暴力による圧力などで次々と他の店を飲み込んでいきました。その結果、蒼天堀に残っているキャバクラは彼らの5店舗とうちだけになっ
It's
てしま
kind
っ
of
たんです。
perfect. I need that.
なるほどな。そうなりゃ確かにあんたの店を乗っ取って完全独占したくもなるわな。
So
しかし
the actual
なんであいつら
side
は
story
そん
will
なことを
not
して
take
ま
me
で
very long.
蒼天堀を独占したいんや。
詳しい
The
ことは分かりませんが、
instead of a percentage
噂
of
では
like
蒼天堀のキャ
ownership
バクラを独占することで
and a
キ
very
ャバレーを
like
潰す力を手に入れたいらしいです。
management process.
キャバレーを潰す。
This one is based on gathering
なんだかんだ
bands
で
of the
夜の街
club,
で未だに大きな
and
力
you
と
get a
金を持
lot
ってい
of
るの
those
は
through buying
グランドなどをはじめとする大型店、キ
sponsorship
ャバレーです。
sponsorships.
彼らはそのキャバレーを
Basically,
打ち破り支配する
it's
こと
set
で
up the same way as real
そこに
estate
渦
in
巻
that
く金や
regard,
利
where you
権、
buy
人脈などを
locations,
ごっそ
but
り
instead
手
of
に入れ
buying the location, you're buying a spot
だから
like a sponsorship to
新
get
興勢
fans
力であるキャバク
by
ラを
having a
完全独占
sponsorship
する
from
こ
that
とで
location.
キャバレーに対抗する力を手に入れたいんだと思います。
So that covers
なる
like
ほどな。
60%
キャバ
of
ク
the
ラだ
fan
けでな
base you
く
need in each
キャバ
location.
レーまで独占できれば実質的に街全体を支配しコントロールすることも可能かもしれん。
And the rest you get from one or two
でも
of the
そ
actual
んな野
minigame
望のために我
sessions.
々がひどい目に遭うなんて
The thing
納
is
得
if
が
I
いき
want
ま
to
せ
do
ん。
everything in this
あいつら
chapter,
に屈するこ
we'll
と
be
だけ
doing a
は
lot more
したくない。
minigame sessions than that
度重
because
なる
you
嫌
have
が
to
らせ
do
と圧力
them
で正直
like
営業どころじ
3
ゃ
or
なくな
4
っていまし
times
て、
to unlock each sub-story
お
you're
店
gonna
もこ
get.
の通り
And
ひどい
there's
もの
a
でしょう。
few sub-stories
まあ
to
お世
finish
辞にもいい状態とは言えん
the Club
な。
Sunshine stuff. So
これでも少し
even
前まで
after
は
we finish the
この
side
地域
story,
の
we'll
キャバ
still
ク
be
ラで
playing
は
around with
一
Club
二を争う
Sunshine
人気
until I
店だ
get
った
all
ん
the
です。
sub-stories done.
でも
Because even if I
あ
don't
い
do
つら
the
による
Amon
店内で
fights,
の迷
I
惑行為
want
の連続で
the
お客
options
さん
to
も
do
離
them.
れてしまいましたし、女の子もほとんど引き抜かれてしま
And
い
I
まし
might
た。
come back and do them at
こ
some
のまま
point.
ではいずれにしても
The
近
only
いうち
reason I
に
won't do them
う
is
ちの店は
because
潰れます。
the Kiryu
Oh.
fight is kind of
奴らの要
awful.
求を飲むしかないんです
The
かね。
Majima fight is bad, but
あんな
it's
奴らの
not
悪事に屈してしまうのは
bad once you get
すごく
used to
悔しいん
your
ですが。
legend style.
しゃあないな。店長。
So now he's decided that he's going to run this business.
俺は5スターが狙っているキャバレーグランドの支配人なんや。
グランドの支配人って確か敏腕と噂のあなただったんですか。
まあな。俺としてもその5スターとかいうやつらにこれ以上力をつけられても困るし、何よりもまずそいつらのやり方が気に食わ。俺と一緒にこの店を立て直してあいつらを逆にぶっ潰したろで。
いいんですか。グランドの支配人さんがこんな寂れた店に協力してくださるなんて。
困った時はお互い様や。それに俺もキャバクラっちゅう業務形態に興味もあるからな。いろいろ勉強させてもらうで。
ありがとうございます、お客さん。
おっと、自己紹介がまだやったな。マジンマンや。一丁頑張ろうで。
真島さんですね。何卒よろしくお願いします。
Dude's too proper to a guy who just literally told him, let's stir some shit up.
ああ。
Staging area for the staff, manage the girls, blah blah blah.
何やて？
So now I'm manager. Okay, now they're gonna explain to me how to cabaret, and I don't care because we're gonna pick this up either later. Oh, I don't even need this now. Either later today or the next time I stream. Either way, we made it to the next side story. So this is like a huge chunk of what's left in the game for me. So once this is done, we're going to be rolling through the game pretty quickly. Because, let's see, just out of curiosity, I've got 8, 11 side stories that aren't the Amon side stories that are left. And most of them are in chapter 7. So once this is done, we are like done. And it's all story. Mostly. Because like the 3 sub-stories in chapter 8 sub-stories, so they're